Hey everyone! Today I've put together a collection of the most shocking, sometimes absurd, but always beloved family stories from the depths of Reddit, all while I'm surviving in Minecraft. So get cozy, wrap yourself in a blanket, and let's dive straight into this madness. I'm using a throwaway account because my cousin is on my main. I posted this on r/relationship_advice, but it was removed because you have to ask a real question or some silly rule like that, so I'm posting it here instead. This took place in early 2020 during the first COVID lockdowns, so it's been nearly 2 years now, but it came up again recently, and I've been thinking about it a ton, so I figured I'd ask for some outside opinions. So I, 17F, once had a really wonderful relationship with my stepmother Tammy. I truly saw her as a mother figure in my life for years, and I was so thrilled when she learned she was pregnant, back in late 2019. For some background, my parents split up when I was 8, and my dad married Tammy when I was 10. It was very difficult at first because I was still wishing my parents would reunite. I know, a classic kid fantasy, but Tammy was always extremely patient with me. We used to do all sorts of things together: shopping, cooking, watching movies. She even taught me how to drive, which was something my real mom didn't have time for, due to her demanding job as a surgeon. Tammy was an elementary school teacher, and she always had this natural gift with kids. She would help me with my homework, and we had these little inside jokes, which annoyed my dad since he never got them. My mom is wonderful too, don't misunderstand. She's just always been extremely busy with her career, even before COVID. She loves me very much, but she's not the kind of person who bakes cookies or does crafts. She's more the type to help me with my college applications and have serious conversations about my future. Both styles have their benefits, and I was actually fortunate to have 3 parents who cared for me. Anyway, everything shifted in March 2020 when the lockdown began, and I had to stay with my dad and Tammy sooner than we'd planned. Normally, I divide my time between households, 1 week with my mom, 1 week with my dad. But when COVID happened, my mom was suddenly working over 80 hours a week at the hospital. She was concerned about exposing me to the virus, so we decided I would stay at my dad's until things settled down. At that point, we figured it was only going to be for a couple of weeks at most. No one knew how long that entire situation was going to last. In the beginning, everything was normal, even a little fun in a strange way. Schools were closed, so Tammy was home as well. Dad was working from home in his office for the majority of the day, but would join us for meals and movie nights. Tammy and I were still getting along wonderfully. We baked cookies, tried out new recipes, binged Tiger King like everybody else, and even began a small vegetable garden in their backyard. She appeared genuinely happy about her pregnancy. She was around 3 months along when the lockdown began, and she would sometimes let me feel her barely there bump. But then something shifted when Tammy was around 4 months pregnant. It wasn't a slow change. It was like someone flipped a switch. She started getting angry with me for absolutely no reason. Things that she never cared about before suddenly bothered her a great deal. For example, she never cared if I left a cup in the living room before, but suddenly it was this huge issue that I was making the house disgusting. One time I put my shoes next to the door instead of on the rack, and she acted like I'd committed a major crime. "How many times do I have to tell you about your damn shoes?" she yelled and threw them outside on the porch. Keep in mind, this was the woman who used to joke about my messy room and say that creative people are never tidy. Now, I was not a messy or loud person. My mom raised me to clean up after myself and be respectful. I did everything I was asked without talking back and followed all the rules. My friends' parents always commented on how polite I was compared to their own kids. My teachers would use me as an example of good behavior in elementary school, which was embarrassing but true. But no matter what I did, Tammy got mad at me. It reached a point where she couldn't stand being in the same room as me. I'd walk into the kitchen for some water, and she'd huff loudly and leave. I'd be watching TV, and she'd come in, see me, and immediately turn around and walk out. Sometimes she would mutter things under her breath that I couldn't quite make out, but I knew they were about me. I remember I ended up spending most of my time in my room. I only came out to do chores or get something from the kitchen. I would wait until I heard them in their bedroom or knew they were busy before I'd sneak out to get food. I even started keeping snacks and water bottles in my room so I wouldn't have to leave as much. My daily routine became incredibly restricted. I'd wake up around 9 a.m., later than usual because what was the point of getting up early? Then I'd wait in my room until I heard them having breakfast. After they finished, I'd quickly grab something to eat and take it back to my room. I'd spend the day doing online schoolwork, watching Netflix on my laptop, or texting friends. Most days, I didn't even change out of my pajamas because why bother? Nobody was seeing me anyway. Once a day, usually when Tammy was napping, I'd quickly clean whatever parts of the house were my responsibility. I became paranoid about leaving any trace of my existence. I would wipe down the shower after using it, make sure no hairs were left in the drain and no toothpaste was in the sink. I'd clean the microwave if I used it and wipe down any counters I touched. Even with me basically becoming a ghost in the house, she still got angry. Like one day she came into my room furious and started yelling that my room was so fucking smelly it was making her sick. I looked around confused because I had literally cleaned it that morning. I had vacuumed, changed my sheets, and opened the window for fresh air. Everything. I pointed out that the only mess in the room was a half-eaten bag of chips on my desk, which caused her to burst into tears. "You don't understand how hard this is for me," she sobbed, and ran out of the room. My dad came in a few minutes later looking stressed. As usual, Dad babied her and then made excuses, saying she was struggling with the lockdown, her pregnancy, and not being able to see her family. "Pregnancy is really hard on a woman's body," he explained to me for the 100th time, as if I was too stupid to understand basic biology. "The hormones make her sensitive to smells, her emotions are all over the place, and she's scared about the baby with this virus going around." I get that pregnancy hormones are a real thing, but this felt different. It felt personal, like she suddenly despised me. I asked my dad if I had done something wrong, if there was something specific I could fix or change, but he just said I needed to be more understanding and give her space. But how much more space could I possibly give? I was already barely existing in the house. My mental health got extremely bad during this period. I felt like I was a piece of trash that my dad was going to throw away any day. And I was constantly scared my mom would get sick from working at the hospital during COVID. My hair started falling out in clumps. I'd find it all over my pillow in the morning or clogging the shower drain. I lost about 15 pounds because I was too anxious to eat properly. I couldn't sleep, had nightmares when I did, and was basically just existing. Some days I'd just stare at the wall for hours. It's difficult to explain how empty I felt. I tried talking to my dad about it a few times. I'd wait until Tammy was asleep and ask if we could talk. He'd always say it wasn't a good time or that we could discuss it later, but later never came. One time I tried to bring it up during dinner, which was stupid, I know, and Tammy stormed out of the room. Dad gave me this disappointed look, as if I'd ruined everything, and followed her to comfort her. I texted my mom about it, but she was working 6-hour shifts, and when she'd call, she sounded so exhausted that I didn't want to add more stress to her life. Once she asked me if everything was okay, and I almost broke down and told her, but then she mentioned how a 30-year-old patient had died that day, and I felt so selfish for even thinking about my own problems. I tried talking to friends on FaceTime, but it wasn't the same as in person, and everyone was dealing with their own COVID issues. My best friend Zoe was the only one who really understood how bad things were. She'd let me vent for hours and never made me feel like I was exaggerating. I think without those calls, I might have completely fallen apart. Then came the breaking point. It was a Saturday in late July, so I'd been living like this for about 4 months. I was sitting at the kitchen table around 10 a.m. Everyone had already eaten breakfast, and I thought the coast was clear. I was just reading a story on my phone and waiting for my cereal to get soggy. I hate crunchy cereal. I know it's weird. It was this rare moment where I felt almost normal, like I could exist in the house outside of my bedroom. Tammy came in, saw me there, and huffed loudly. She was about 7 months pregnant at this point, and always had her hand on her stomach, as if she was protecting the baby from me or something. She started cleaning the kitchen, which was already spotless because I had cleaned it earlier. She was slamming cabinet doors and muttering under her breath about some people and living in filth. Then she walked over to me, grabbed my bowl of cereal, and threw the entire thing in the trash. Like, not just dumped the cereal out. She threw the actual ceramic bowl in the bin. It was one of the nice ones, too, not some plastic thing. I just flipped. After months of walking on eggshells and being treated like garbage in my own dad's house, something inside me snapped. I started yelling at her, asking what her problem was with me. I called her an abusive fucking bitch, and some other things I probably shouldn't repeat. I said she was trying to make me miserable, that she was trying to get rid of me, and that I was sick of her treating me like shit when I had done nothing wrong. I asked her what had changed, why she suddenly hated me when we used to be so close. My dad came running in and got between us. Tammy was crying, again, and had her arms wrapped around her stomach, as if I was somehow threatening the baby just by yelling. She demanded that I leave the house, that I was never allowed near her or her baby again. "She's unstable," she told my dad through her tears. "I don't feel safe with her here." Dad walked me to my room, his face red with anger, and then he said something that completely ruined our relationship forever. He told me that I must be doing something to Tammy because no one hates a kid for no reason, and if I kept stressing her out, I'd have to move out. He said Tammy and the baby were his priority now, and if I couldn't behave appropriately, I couldn't stay there. He even suggested that maybe I was jealous of the baby and acting out because of it, which was ridiculous. "I've tried to be patient," he said, "but you need to grow up and think about someone other than yourself for once." This was from the man who had seen me shrinking away and becoming more withdrawn every day, but had never once asked if I was okay. After he left, I sat on my bed for about an hour just crying. Then I made a social media post asking if anyone had a place I could stay, even though it was COVID times, and explained the situation in detail. I wrote about how Tammy had changed, how my dad had taken her side, and how I couldn't stay there anymore. I didn't want to worry my mom at the hospital, so I thought finding somewhere temporary would be best. I packed a bag with clothes, my laptop, chargers, and a few important things like my childhood teddy bear and the necklace my mom gave me for my 16th birthday. I didn't take much because I thought maybe I'd be back in a few days once everyone calmed down. Then I climbed out of my bedroom window and just left. It was around 3 p.m. on a hot July day. I remember walking down the street and thinking how strange it was that everything looked so normal when my entire life had just imploded. After a while, I did get a lot of messages from people asking me about the situation and agreeing to take me in for a few days, but I decided to text Zoe, asking if I could come over, and she immediately said yes. After about 30 minutes, my phone started blowing up with calls and texts from my dad and Tammy, but I just turned it off. I didn't want to talk to them. I knew if I heard my dad's voice, I'd either start crying again or say something I couldn't take back. I got to Zoe's house around 4 p.m. Her parents had always been nice to me, and when I briefly explained what happened, her mom hugged me and said I could stay as long as I needed. They set up an air mattress in Zoe's room, and her mom made my favorite meal for dinner. They didn't push me to talk about it, which I appreciated. I asked to use Zoe's phone and texted my mom to let her know what happened and that I was safe. She didn't call for about 7 hours because she was in surgery for most of the day. When she finally called, she was upset, but understanding. She wasn't angry at me, which was a relief. She said my Aunt Kelly would pick me up the next day and I could stay with her until they figured something out. I spent that night at Zoe's, and we stayed up late talking. It felt so good to just be somewhere I was welcome, where nobody was walking on eggshells or giving me dirty looks. I almost felt guilty for how relieved I was to be out of that house. The next morning, my mom called again and talked to Zoe's parents to thank them. Then she spoke to me and said she'd talked to my dad. Apparently, he and Tammy had been frantic. They had called the police, who didn't take it seriously since I was 17, and had posted on social media that I was safe, and they'd gone door to door to family and friends' houses looking for me. My mom told my father I was okay and that I'd be staying with my aunt for 2 weeks until she could arrange to come home or figure something else out. She said he was relieved I was safe, but still angry about how I had left and what I'd said to Tammy. What my mom didn't tell me until later was that after I made that social media post where I explained everything, a lot of people had reached out to my dad and Tammy. My former teachers, parents of friends, and neighbors were all asking what was going on and why I'd felt the need to run away. Publicly, they played it off as teenage drama, but privately, they were getting a lot of questions they couldn't answer without looking bad. My grandparents, my dad's parents, were especially upset. They had always been protective of me, and when they heard what happened, they drove 3 hours to confront my dad in person. According to my aunt, there was a huge argument, with my grandfather telling my dad he had failed as a father. They still don't talk to him to this day over how he treated me, which makes family events super awkward. I stayed with my Aunt Kelly for those 2 weeks. She's my mom's sister and had always been the cool aunt who let me stay up late and watch R-rated movies when I was younger. She lived about 30 minutes from my dad's house in a small apartment, so it was a bit cramped, but she made it work. She turned her office into a makeshift bedroom for me and was really supportive. Then nothing really happened for like 4 days after that. It was weird. I kept expecting some big confrontation or for my dad to show up demanding I come home, but there was just silence. Eventually, my aunt drove to my dad's house with me waiting in the car and packed up more of my stuff. She said Dad and Tammy were civil, but distant. A couple of days later, my aunt went back alone and packed up my entire room, because I refused to go back into that house. She brought back all my clothes, books, posters, everything that would fit in her car. Some furniture and larger items had to be left behind, but I didn't care. I just wanted my personal things. My mom arranged to take a 2-week leave from the hospital, which was nearly impossible during COVID, but somehow she managed it. She rented a small 2-bedroom apartment near her work, so I could stay with her when she went back. It wasn't ideal, as she was still working long hours, but it was better than being with my dad and Tammy. Over the next few months, my dad tried calling a few times, but I never answered. He sent some texts apologizing, saying he missed me, that Tammy was doing better, but I just couldn't bring myself to respond. The wound was too fresh, and his words kept echoing in my head. No one hates a kid for no reason. What kind of father says that? I have not spoken to my father since then, nor have I met my half-brother, who is almost 3. I've seen pictures of him on social media. We have mutual family friends, and he looks a lot like I did when I was little, which is weird to see. Sometimes I wonder what he's been told about me, if anything. Does he know he has a big sister? Tammy and my dad still try to fix our relationship. They send birthday and Christmas cards and occasional texts. Last year they sent me an article about something called prenatal depression or something like that. Apparently they found out from some doctor that sometimes pregnant women develop a hatred for people, or pets, for no reason. It's some kind of hormone thing. I don't know if that's true or just an excuse, but either way, the damage is done. You can't treat someone like garbage for months and expect a Wikipedia article to make it all better. I'm turning 18 in 3 weeks, and we're planning a small birthday party at my mom's place. My cousin's girlfriend, Sarah, asked me yesterday about inviting my dad. "Don't you think it's time to mend fences?" she said. "He's still your father." When I told her absolutely not, she asked why, and I explained the whole story. I probably gave more details than I should have, but I wanted her to understand why this wasn't just some petty teenage grudge. She told me that while what they did was wrong, what I did was an asshole thing too, because I made them worry and stress and go to multiple people's houses during a pandemic. She said I put a pregnant woman who was having mental health issues at risk with my whole stunt, and that I should have handled it more maturely. "You were almost an adult," she said. "You could have called your mom or an Uber or something instead of disappearing and making a dramatic social media post." She also pointed out that I've never even tried to meet my brother, and that's not fair to him. Now I'm second-guessing everything. Maybe I was the asshole. Update 1. Hi guys, I honestly thought I'd never give an update, but here I am. This is about a month after my original post, and a lot has happened. Well, not a lot, but enough. First, I can't believe how many responses I got. I honestly expected maybe a handful of comments, but this kind of blew up. I read all the comments and want to thank everyone for the support and advice. It really helped me gain some perspective on the whole situation. And to the people who shared similar experiences, it's weirdly comforting to know I'm not alone, even though I wouldn't wish this kind of family drama on anyone. I'm going to call my cousin's girlfriend Sarah and my cousin Paul, since that's easier than saying my cousin's girlfriend and my cousin every time. So I mentioned in a comment that I ended up uninviting Sarah from my party after what she said. I was pretty upset that she tried to make me feel bad for protecting myself in a bad situation. My mom agreed that Sarah was way out of line and said we should just have family at the party anyway. Yesterday, Paul came over to talk to me about it. He seemed really uncomfortable, kept fidgeting with his phone and couldn't make eye contact. He told me Sarah had issues in the past with her younger siblings. It was apparently really bad, like her siblings lived with their mom full-time, and she lived with her dad. They had some huge falling out when Sarah was in high school. He was vague about the details. Long story short, Sarah was diagnosed with bipolar disorder in college and went to therapy. He said even though she's apologized to her siblings multiple times, they still won't have anything to do with her, which breaks her heart. Paul said Sarah told him that when I told her what happened with Tammy, it triggered her because it reminded her of her situation with her siblings. I guess she saw herself in me and Tammy in herself. I don't know. It was confusing. I didn't mention this in my other post because it was really irrelevant to what I was asking. But after our initial conversation, Sarah texted me about letting go of the hate, sent links to sites about family members with mental health issues, numbers of family therapists, and even subreddit links on here. It was a lot and felt really pushy, like she was trying to fix my family when she barely knows us. I didn't respond to any of it, which I think made her double down even harder. Paul told me Sarah wanted to meet up to clear the air and apologize in person. I felt bad for her after hearing about her siblings, so I said, okay. Maybe I was being too harsh. Sarah texted about half an hour later about collecting me because she wanted to drive to a new restaurant that newly opened in the next town over as her pre-birthday treat to me. That seemed nice, and I thought maybe I'd misjudged her. But something felt off, so I mentioned it to my mom. She thought it was weird that Sarah wanted to drive to a restaurant in the next town when there are plenty of places nearby. And why did she insist on driving me? I could have met her there. It turns out our suspicions were correct. We knew what she was planning to do, but Tammy, of all people, ruined it for her by calling my mom to tell her about Sarah's plans to help us make up. Apparently, Sarah had messaged Tammy about it, which I will get to in a minute. While all this was happening, I decided to write my dad a letter. 2 days ago, as a lot of you suggested, I put everything in there. How his actions made me feel abandoned and betrayed. I told him how his actions affect me to this day, and how I still sometimes feel like I need to make myself invisible in other people's homes. I told him I wanted a relationship with my brother, but I wasn't sure I'd ever want one with him. I told him to leave me alone because his attempts to fix things were only pushing me away even more, and that if I ever decided I wanted to talk to him, it would be on my terms with my mom present. The letter ended up being 5 pages long, and you guys were right. It did make me feel better to get it all out. I cried while writing parts of it, but it was like releasing a poison that had been inside me for years. My mom dropped it off that day and said my dad seemed surprised, but took it without saying much. Dad asked to meet my mom a day later. They talked for about an hour, mostly about me. Mom said he cried, which is something I've only seen him do twice in my life. They talked about me possibly meeting my brother, and my dad said he wants to buy me a car. No strings attached, apparently. Tammy and Dad also asked if it would be okay to give me money to get myself something for my birthday. You guys are going to hate me for this, but I'm taking the car and the $500. If he wants to give me more, he can, because college supplies and moving into a dorm is expensive. I know it might seem like I'm using him for money, but honestly, I feel like it's the least he can do after everything. Maybe that makes me petty or materialistic, but I don't care. It doesn't mean I forgive him, it just means I'm practical. My mom said it's up to me, and she won't judge either way. Back to Sarah, she basically contacted Tammy via Facebook. Tammy sent my mom the screenshots, telling her everything I said, then asking Tammy for her side, because Sarah didn't believe me. Like she actually told Tammy I was making things up or exaggerating. Who does that? To Tammy's credit, she told the truth and took full accountability. She admitted to treating me horribly during her pregnancy, said she was on medication now for what was diagnosed as peripartum depression with anxiety, and that she regretted how things happened. It was Sarah who kept trying to make out like Tammy was the victim, saying things like, "It must have been so hard for you dealing with a teenager while pregnant during a pandemic." Sarah told Tammy about her own past and said she would try to mend our relationship because she understood both sides. Tammy actually told her that she didn't want her to do that it wasn't Sarah's place, and that she respected my decision to keep my distance. The last message was Sarah telling Tammy the location and time we would be at the restaurant. She even said she would drive me so I couldn't leave, even though I could have just asked a waitress for help or called my mom or an Uber. It was so manipulative and creepy. My mom posted the screenshots into the family group chat and called Sarah a bunch of names. She told her if she ever came near me again, she'd regret it. My mom doesn't make threats lightly. She's normally super professional and composed. So when she gets angry, everyone knows she means business. I blocked Sarah and left the group chat, so I don't know what happened afterwards. But Paul came over with my aunt and swore he knew nothing about it. He seemed genuinely shocked when he saw the messages. He kept saying, "This isn't like her, and she's been under a lot of stress lately." To be honest, I don't know if I believe him because he was still trying to defend Sarah again, which got him a verbal lashing from my aunt and mom. My aunt called him an idiot for dating someone so clearly unstable, and my mom said something like, "The pussy must be good if you're willing to overlook this level of crazy." It was awkward, and Paul left pretty quickly after that. That's it, really. I'm going to update in a few months to let you guys know how everything went with my brother. I feel like I owe that to everyone after so many people helped me take that step. I'm nervous, but excited about finally meeting him. Honestly, words can't describe how happy and excited I am about potentially meeting him. Literally the best birthday present I could have gotten. Thank you so much for the amazing advice, and for people sharing their own experiences. Update 2. Hi guys, as promised, I'm giving everyone an update, and this is the final one. I can't believe it's been nearly 2 months since my last post, but I guess time flies. I want to thank everyone who reached out in the comments and DMs. Your support meant a lot during a really difficult time. The short version is, I turned 18 and had a great time. I've met my brother, Sarah, tried to get in contact with me again in a really scary way, and I've spoken to my father and Tammy. I'll give details on all of it below. It's easier to break everything down. About Sarah, a day after I made the last update, my mom booked a holiday for a week to get away, which was really random and sudden for her. She just came home from work and said, "Pack a bag. We're going to a beach resort for a week." I think after everything with Sarah and my dad, she figured we both needed a break. It was great. We sat by the pool, went for walks on the beach, ate too much food, and just relaxed. 3 days into our trip, my mom got a notification from our home security system that someone was at our door back home. She checked the app on her phone, and it was Sarah. At first, she was normal, asking my mom through the Ring camera to talk to me. Then she started explaining herself and her situation, which went between sad and angry. She was saying things like, "I just want to help. OP doesn't understand what she's doing to her family." But then would switch to, "She's being a selfish brat, and someone needs to make her see reason." But suddenly she freaked out, started calling me names, and threatening me while damaging our door and porch. She was screaming that I was ruining families and needed to grow up. She even broke the Ring camera by ripping it off the wall. It was extremely scary watching this happen from our hotel room. My mom was on the phone with our neighbors, asking them to call the police. I don't blame Sarah's siblings for not wanting anything to do with her after seeing this side of her. Who knows what she did to them? Paul had made it seem like it was just typical sibling rivalry that got out of hand. But this was something else entirely. Sarah was arrested after our neighbors called the police. My mom is definitely pressing charges for the property damage and harassment. The cops found her sitting in her car down the street from our house when they arrived. I don't know much about her situation now, but I'm not going to lie. I've been looking over my shoulder a lot since. It's scary to think someone could be so obsessed with my family situation. For those wondering, yeah, she and my cousin broke up. He's, let's say, more shaken up than me and very apologetic about the whole thing. He keeps sending me texts, apologizing for not seeing the signs, which is annoying, but whatever. I've told him several times that it's not his fault, and he couldn't have known she'd go that far. But he still feels guilty. My aunt says he's thinking about changing schools. They go to the same college, because he's afraid of running into her on campus. Despite the Sarah drama, my birthday went great. I had such a good time. Honestly, I've got the best mother and family in the world. They really made my 18th special. We had a small party at my aunt's house with just close family. My mom, both sets of grandparents. Except Dad's parents came at a different time than Mom's to avoid drama. My aunt and uncle, and a few cousins, not Paul. He was still dealing with the Sarah fallout. I got so many amazing presents, and a new laptop from my grandparents for college. But my favorite gift was the sister necklace my brother gave me. It's a simple silver chain with a little pendant that says sister on it. Obviously, Dad or Tammy got it for him to give to me, but the thought behind it was nice. I finally get to be his big sister, and that's what I've wanted for so long. He loves Miss Rachel, some YouTube lady for kids, I think, and the color green. Everything has to be green. His cup, his plate, his shoes. It's his whole personality right now. I found out he and the neighbor's cat will stare each other down through the window, which is funny because I used to do the same thing when I stayed at Dad's with their old cat. We've spent more time together since then, and I'm seeing him again tomorrow. He started calling me a cute name he can't quite manage to say yet, and he asks about me when I'm not there. My dad was there the first time I met my brother. I knew beforehand, because obviously my brother is basically a toddler and needs supervision. I was told Dad would stay in the kitchen the whole time, which he mostly did. He wanted to give us space to bond. I caught him peeking at me and my brother a few times throughout the day. Not in a creepy way, more like he was emotional seeing us together. When I was leaving, my dad followed me out to my car and just hugged me. He didn't say anything at first, just hugged me for like a full minute. Then he told me he missed me. I hugged him back and told him I missed him too. It was the first time I'd spoken directly to him in 2 years. After that, he apologized and took accountability for everything. He didn't make excuses or try to blame Tammy's condition. He said he failed me as a father and that he'll regret it for the rest of his life. I started angry crying and just let everything out right there in the driveway. I told him how he and Tammy made me feel, what it did to my mental health, and that I love him, but I'll never forgive him completely. Some things you just can't take back. He asked me if he could try to make it up to me and be a part of my life again. I said we can try, but I'm making no promises on ever getting back the relationship we once had. I told him it would take time and that he shouldn't expect too much too soon. He said he understood and would respect my boundaries. He bought the car like he promised. It's a used Honda Civic. The brakes are a bit squeaky, but otherwise it runs great. He gave me the title with my name on it, so it's actually mine. No strings attached. He also gave me $1,000 for my birthday instead of the $500 we initially discussed, which was nice. I'm using it to buy textbooks for college and some dorm stuff. My mom says she's proud of me for being willing to try with Dad, but she also made it clear I can back out anytime if it gets too much. She's been really supportive and hasn't tried to influence me either way, which I appreciate. When I told my dad I got accepted to State University about 3 hours away, he seemed a bit sad that I'd be moving away, but said he was proud of me. He offered to help with the move-in and buying supplies. I said I'd think about it. Part of me wants to keep him at arm's length, but another part recognizes he's trying to make amends in whatever way he can. Tammy, you guys are going to be shocked, but I was the one who contacted her. After meeting my brother and seeing how well-adjusted and happy he is, I realized she must be doing something right as a mom. I got my mom to call her and basically say, OP is with me. She wants to speak to you. Tammy was obviously shocked, but agreed to talk. When she got on the phone, there was this awkward silence for like 10 seconds, where neither of us knew what to say. Finally, I broke the ice and told her that after everything she put me through and how much she hurt me, we'd never have a real relationship again. The damage was too deep, and some things can't be fixed with apologies. But I'm willing, just for my brother's sake, not hers or mine, to be civil. I want us to be able to attend my brother's events without drama. Tammy started apologizing right away, saying she's not like that anymore, that she got help for her prenatal depression and anxiety. She's been on medication and in therapy since my brother was born. I said I'm glad she's doing better, and I genuinely am. No child should have to live with a parent who's mentally unwell and untreated. We talked about the Sarah situation, and she seemed genuinely concerned. She said Sarah had contacted her out of nowhere, and she had a bad feeling about it right away. She apologized for how she treated me during her pregnancy and said there isn't a day that goes by that she doesn't regret it. We talked about my brother for a few minutes. The whole call was about 20 minutes. I have not spoken to her since, but that was only about 5 days ago. I'm in no rush to have another conversation. Dad told me later that Tammy cried after our call, not because she was upset, but because she was relieved that we could at least be civil. She apparently was sure I would hate her forever, which, I kinda do, but hate is tiring to maintain. So that's it, really, my last update. I know what people are thinking about my dad. I have not forgiven him, and he will have to work extremely hard to get back any semblance of the relationship we lost. But I feel better that he's back in my life in some capacity, and I do believe they both regret what happened. But make no mistake, if I get any grief or think my brother isn't being treated well, I will make their lives hell. I've told my dad that directly, and he understands. Trust is earned, not given, and they've got a long way to go before I trust either of them again. Thanks so much, Reddit, for the amazing advice and support. I'm hoping I'll never have to make a post on here again, LOL. If I do, it'll probably be about crazy roommate drama, or something normal like that, not family trauma. Fingers crossed. Edit. Thanks for all the kind words. To the people asking if I'm in therapy, yes, I started about a year ago, and it's been really helpful. And to the person who asked if I'm taking the car and money because I'm greedy, no, I'm taking it because college is expensive, and I need transportation. He offered it because he should be helping with my education and basic needs, as my parent. I'm not asking for a brand new BMW and a trip to Europe. Edit 2, for those asking for proof that Sarah broke our door, why would I make that up? And no, I'm not posting pictures of my house on Reddit. Use your imagination. Edit 3, stop messaging me asking for my social media. I'm not going to dox myself to prove anything to strangers on the internet. Go ahead and listen to the next story. I, 38M, married Judd, 44F, several years ago, and I gained a stepdaughter, Abby, 14F, in the process. I dated Judd when Abby was 8, met her when she was 9, and married Judd when she was 10. I would say our relationship is decent. She doesn't behave bratty with me and respects me sufficiently as her mom's husband. However, there is one major issue about her, and that is her penchant for pranks. To give some context, I never wanted to be a stepdad. I mean, I knew Judd had a child when we started dating, but I wasn't seeking to be a father figure to anyone. My own dad was mostly absent when I was growing up, and I honestly didn't have a clue about raising children. But Judd was amazing, smart, funny, independent, and we just hit it off immediately. She was clear from the start that she wasn't searching for a new father for Abby, simply a partner for herself. That setup was fine by me. When I initially met Abby, she was rather quiet. She would just nod at me and return to whatever she was doing. Judd mentioned she was just shy, but in hindsight, I believe she was sizing me up. The pranks only began after we were married, and I moved into their home, which is now technically my place since I purchased Judd's ex's share, but that's a whole other story. Abby adores pulling pranks. I don't mean harmless jokes. I'm referring to elaborate setups that require serious planning. For instance, she hid my car keys among what appeared to be 100 duplicate keys in a box. I found them quickly because she failed to notice my keys have duct tape on them. They're taped since the plastic broke off, and I'm too cheap to buy a new one. Another time, she hid inside the fridge, something I still find very odd, to scare the first person who opened it. She once swapped out all the family photos around the house with pictures of Nicolas Cage. It took Judd 3 days to realize. She placed saran wrap over the toilet bowl in the middle of the night. Classic, but I was the one who had to clean up the mess at 3 a.m. She moved all the clocks in the house ahead by 45 minutes, which caused me to be late for an important meeting. She put food coloring inside the shower head, and I had to go to work with a faint blue tint to my skin that took 3 days to completely wash off. There have been dozens of these pranks, and frankly, I've just been enduring them because what on earth am I supposed to do? She isn't my kid. I've brought it up with Judd maybe 5 or 6 times, but she just says that's simply how Abby is, that she'll outgrow it, and I'm basically stuck handling it. I did try to speak to Abby directly once, telling her that some of her pranks were crossing a line, but she just shrugged, said it's just a joke, and walked away. That was roughly 8 months ago, and I gave up after that. I should likely mention that Abby's biological dad hasn't been in the picture since she was about 4 or 5. I don't know the complete story there. Judd doesn't like talking about him, but I gather he just left one day and never returned. I always assumed that had something to do with Abby's behavior, but I'm not a psychologist or anything. Well, last Wednesday I got home from work around 5:30. It appeared I was the only one there. Just my shoes were at the doorstep, and I even called out Judd's and Abby's names with no answer. This is fairly normal, as Judd sometimes works late and Abby stays at school for extracurriculars. So I played around with my dog, a German Shepherd, and Husky mix. For anyone who will ask, her name is Luna, and we've had her since she was a puppy for a little while, throwing her ball around the living room and giving her some treats. Then I decided to use the bathroom. It had been a long day. I had a series of meetings back to back and didn't even get an opportunity to use the bathroom at work, so I really needed to go. When I reached the bathroom, I noticed that the window cabinet was open. I thought nothing of it at first and unzipped my pants, but then I spotted a shadow behind the shower curtains. I feared the worst and immediately punched the figure behind the curtains. Well, as everyone might have guessed from the title, it was Abby. She was filming a prank video, and I had not noticed that she propped her phone up on the bathroom cabinet with 2 cups. I'm not going to lie, I didn't hold back. I punched her with as much force as I could. I'm not a large guy, 5 feet 9 inches, average build, but I go to the gym 3 to 4 times a week and I know how to throw a punch. Her nose appeared broken immediately, and when I realized it, I freaked out, and so did she. She was screaming and crying, with blood everywhere. I was panicking, getting towels, trying to stop the bleeding while also attempting to process what on earth had just happened. After about 5 minutes of freaking out, I drove her to urgent care and let Judd know about the situation. I called her from the car, which was likely dangerous, but I was sort of losing my mind at that moment. She said she would meet us there. Her nose was in fact broken and would require about 6 to 12 weeks of recovery. The doctor mentioned something about a displaced nasal fracture and how they would need to realign it, which frankly made me feel even worse. The car ride was total silence. I didn't know what to say. I mean, what do you say to a kid whose face you just smashed in? I attempted to start a conversation once, something like, "I'm really sorry, I didn't know it was you." But she just turned away and gazed out the window, holding a bloody towel to her face. I didn't try again after that. At urgent care, it wasn't much better. The staff clearly gave me some serious side-eye, particularly when Abby kept saying, "He punched me," with a bloody face. I had to explain what happened about 3 different times to 3 different people. The nurse looked as if she didn't believe me at all. The doctor was a little more understanding, but he still asked Abby if she felt safe at home while giving me this look. Then they took her back for treatment and left me in the waiting room feeling like absolute garbage. When Judd arrived, she was surprisingly calm about the whole thing. I mean, I expected her to completely lose it, but she just sighed a lot and asked what happened. When I explained, she glanced at Abby and said, "Are you serious?" Which was not what I expected. I was sure she would be furious with me. Then she simply sat down and began filling out insurance paperwork. They realigned Abby's nose, which evidently involved putting metal instruments up her nostrils and physically moving the bone back into place. I could hear her crying from the waiting room. They gave her some painkillers and a lot of care instructions, plus a referral to an ENT for a follow-up in a week. The entire process took about 3 hours. On the way home, Judd drove while I sat in the back with Abby, who was still not speaking to me. Judd stopped at the pharmacy to get Abby's prescription, and while she was inside, Abby finally spoke to me in the car. She said, "I didn't think you'd hit me." And I had no idea what to say to that. Like, what did she expect would happen when she hid in the bathroom and scared someone? Abby hasn't spoken to me since we got home. And as for Judd, she thinks my action might have been justified, but also believes I should have approached with more caution, which she has refused to elaborate on. Like, what the hell does that even mean? How exactly do you cautiously approach someone hiding in your bathroom when you're about to take a leak? Am I supposed to announce myself to potential intruders? "Hello, burglar. I'm just coming in to use my own toilet. Please don't murder me." I tried talking to Judd about it the next morning, but she just said, "I need time to process this," and left for work early. When she came home, she told me Abby was staying with her grandparents for a few days, because apparently looking at me triggers her anxiety or something. I asked if I should apologize, and Judd just shrugged and said, "Would it be sincere?" Which I thought was kind of a crappy thing to say. Of course, I'm sorry I broke her nose. I'm not a monster. But am I sorry I defended myself against what I believed was an intruder? No. I'm honestly confused about how I'm supposed to feel. On one hand, I feel like absolute crap for breaking a 14-year-old's nose. On the other hand, who the hell hides in someone's bathroom to prank them? That's just strange and invasive. And filming it? That's even more messed up. What was she even going to do with that video? Post it online for strangers to laugh at me using the bathroom? The more I think about it, the more disturbed I am by the whole situation. Judd's been weird about it as well. Sometimes she seems mad at Abby. Sometimes she seems mad at me. And sometimes she just seems tired of it all. I don't know if I'm supposed to apologize or what. So, Ada? Was I wrong to react the way I did? Should I have somehow known it was her hiding there? Update 1. Well, this blew up big time. I went to bed last night with around 12 comments and woke up to hundreds of notifications. I've been reading through as many as I can, but there's no way I can reply to everyone. Let's address a few things people keep asking about. First, to all the people saying I'm an abuser or that I enjoy hitting children, screw you. I've never hit Abby or any child prior to this incident. This was a reflexive action to what I perceived as a threat. If you've never experienced the adrenaline rush of thinking there's an intruder in your home, then you don't know how you would react either. Second, several people have asked why Abby was home when I thought nobody was there. Apparently, she had told Judd she was staying after school for debate club practice, but it got canceled at the last minute. Instead of texting anyone, like a normal person would, she decided to come home and set up her prank. She was hiding in the shower for nearly 30 minutes, waiting for someone to come use the bathroom. That's dedication, I suppose. Third, a lot of you are asking about Abby's phone in the video. Yes, I made her delete it at the hospital. In hindsight, I should have saved it as evidence that I wasn't just randomly attacking her, but I wasn't exactly thinking clearly at the moment. I was more concerned with ensuring there wasn't footage of me using the bathroom floating around. Abby's pranking nature isn't just focused on me. She has pulled pranks on her friends, the neighbors, and at school. The school has called Judd several times about this, as they have resulted in mild vandalism. Last year, she put clear plastic wrap on all the toilet seats in the girls' bathroom. The year before that, she put a Bluetooth speaker in a ceiling tile and played fart sounds during a test. She once filled a teacher's desk drawer with shaving cream. When we got called in for that one, Judd just laughed it off and said, "Kids will be kids," while I sat there wondering what was wrong with this family. She's also done things to the neighbors. She ding-dong ditched the old couple next door at 10 p.m., which doesn't sound that bad, except the husband has mobility issues, and it takes him forever to get to the door. She put fake dog poop on another neighbor's welcome mat. She switched around people's Halloween decorations one year, which led to a pretty heated argument between two families down the street, who each thought the other had stolen their stuff. To be clear, I'm not some violent guy who's always looking for a fight. I wasn't even in the military or anything, like some of you assumed. I just reacted on instinct. Who the hell wouldn't freak out finding someone hiding behind their shower curtain? It's like the setup for every horror movie ever. Some of you asked about our home security. We have a basic alarm system, but it wasn't armed because Abby was already home. We don't have cameras inside the house because, well, privacy. I'm starting to think maybe we should, though, just to protect myself from future pranks. The update: it's been a chaotic week. Judd still refused to elaborate on how the situation should have been handled, even though she was kind of okay with it at first. I asked her directly, "What exactly should I have done differently?" And she just said, "You know what I mean," and walked away. No, Judd, I don't know what you mean. That's why I'm asking. After 3 days of this back and forth, I showed her the post and comments as a result, and she did a 180-degree turn. I think seeing hundreds of internet strangers say her daughter was in the wrong finally made something click. She suddenly thought it might be time to stage an intervention, and I agreed. We brought in some of her friends as well as my cousin's wife, Jess. Jess is an officer from another state, and Abby seems to respect her. I'm not entirely sure why. Maybe because Jess doesn't take any crap from anyone. She's pretty intimidating, even though she's like 5 feet 2 inches. My cousin met her at a bar 5 years ago, and it was love at first sight or whatever. They got married after dating for just 3 months, which everyone thought was crazy, but they seem happy enough. Anyway, we gathered in our living room last Saturday. It was Judd and me, Jess, who I've always considered a bit of a flake, but whatever. Judd's sister, Michelle, and Abby's grandmother, Judd's mom. Abby came home from her grandparents' house unaware of what was happening, and you could see the "oh crap" moment on her face when she walked in and saw everyone sitting there looking serious. During this intervention, we each explained how we were affected by her various pranks, and how in turn they affected her. Judd went first, talking about how embarrassing it is to be called by the school constantly. I went next, listing all the pranks she's pulled on me and how they made me feel disrespected in my own home. Tara talked about the time Abby put salt in her coffee when she was visiting, which I wasn't even aware of. Michelle mentioned how Abby had caused a scene at Thanksgiving last year by putting plastic spiders in the turkey as it was being carved, another one I didn't know about. Jess also spoke about how many of these pranks border on criminal territory, meaning she could be arrested or face retaliation. That last part didn't sit right with me, but I said nothing because everyone else appeared to think it was fine. Jess went into detail about how things like vandalism, invasion of privacy, and harassment could lead to actual charges, particularly as Abby gets older. "You're only 14 now," she said, "but in 4 years, you'll be tried as an adult." And trust me, judges don't think these pranks are funny. The whole thing went on for about 2 hours and honestly felt awkward as hell. Abby just sat there looking at the floor most of the time while different adults took turns telling her she was being a little brat. Not in those exact words, but basically. I started to feel bad for her about halfway through, but then I remembered my fading blue skin from the showerhead incident and hardened my heart again. It seemed to have gotten through to her, and Abby cried a bit and promised to do better. She apologized to everyone individually, though when she got to me, her apology was quite brief. Just a mumbled, "Sorry for hiding in the bathroom," without making eye contact. I said I was sorry for hitting her too, and she nodded. But there's still this obvious tension between us. When everyone else left, Jess stayed behind and brought to our attention a disciplinary camp that we could send her to. The program is 6 weeks long and includes group therapy, individual therapy, and constructive projects, whatever that means, and is held at a university campus in Arizona. The program apparently has good reviews. Jess said her department has referred several troubled teens there with positive results. Judd seems dead set on sending her to figure out her core problems. I'm a little hesitant about sending a kid away from home, but I'm the step-parent, so I have no say. I mentioned maybe trying regular therapy first, but Judd thinks this whole situation requires a more drastic approach. Abby came back home yesterday and has been basically hiding in her room. She only comes out when I'm not present, which I guess I understand. Her face looks pretty rough, all bruised up. I feel like crap every time I see it. The bruising around her nose has turned this yellowish purple color that's honestly quite horrifying. The ENT said everything is healing properly, though, so at least there's that. Jed and I had another argument last night about the camp thing. I think it's excessive for what happened, and pointed out that it would mean Abby missing 6 weeks of school. Judd said they have tutors there and it wouldn't impact her education. I asked how much it cost, and apparently it's like $12,000, which is insane. I asked who was paying for it, and Judd said, "We are," obviously, which is the first I've heard of "we" in this whole situation. I'm not against spending money on Abby's well-being, but $12,000 for a glorified summer camp seems extreme when we could probably get just as good results from regular therapy at a fraction of the cost. I said as much, and Judd accused me of caring more about money than Abby. That's not fair at all. I'm the one who's been saying from the start that this was an accident, and we should approach it with some perspective. Edit. Okay, I swear Judd must be following my posts, because now she's taking back what she said, and is now thinking about doing what I and you fellow Redditors suggested in the first place. Weekly therapy. So we agreed that I'm going to find a therapist, and I'm going to front the bill for it, since she didn't take this seriously in the first place. Hopefully this works, because I'm really at the end of my rope here. I'll update again if anything significant changes. For now, we're in this weird limbo, where Abby is barely speaking to me, Judd is flip-flopping between blaming me and blaming Abby, and I'm just trying to keep my head down and get through each day. Thanks for all the advice and support, except for those of you calling me an abuser. You can still screw off. Update 2. I can't believe people are still interested in this. My inbox has been a mess for months. Well, it's been 7-ish months, and there have been a few developments. Let's address some more things before getting there. Up until recently, I have been still getting DMs, asking why is this Brett still in my house? Why am I friends with Jess? And why did I name my wife Judd in my posts? I was drinking when I made my first post. I saved a draft and went back to it after a few hours of sobering up, fixing a bunch of grammatical mistakes, but clearing some got overlooked. and it just stuck. I was planning on calling her Judy. I'm not great with technology and didn't know how to edit the username after posting. For those asking for more details about what happened immediately after the incident, the first couple of weeks were incredibly tense. Abby's face was swollen and bruised for about 10 days. She couldn't breathe properly through her nose and had to sleep sitting up. She missed a week of school, and when she went back, she told everyone she fell down the stairs. I know this because one of the teachers called to check on her and mentioned how accidents happen at home all the time. There was this underlying accusation in her tone that made me feel like crap all over again. Judd and I were barely speaking. We did this awkward dance around each other in the kitchen in the mornings, muttering, "Excuse me" and "sorry" as we tried to make coffee without making eye contact. We slept in the same bed, but with our backs to each other. It was like living with a roommate you're fighting with, except worse because we were supposed to be partners. Jess and I are not friends. She is married to my cousin, with whom I do have a good relationship, as well as their 2 daughters and Jess's daughter. Jess has a serious problem with boundaries. She's the type who thinks being a cop means she needs to police everyone in her life. We only invited her because Abby seems to listen to her for some reason. After the intervention, Jess kept texting me links to articles about troubled teens and juvenile delinquency. I eventually had to block her number because it was getting so annoying. As for why Abby was still living with me, you have to understand, I, her stepfather, broke Abby's nose. If word got out, it would have to be understood. I, her stepfather, broke Abby's, my stepdaughter's nose. If word got out, it would look really bad. I would be seen as an abuser and might have even been arrested. Several comments have pointed this out, how I should have saved that video for my own safety. I was pretty much going insane at that point, and my wife thought nothing of it, thinking I should have just let this go, until I showed her my original post. To be honest, I wanted to keep the intervention that we had smaller, that didn't involve her friends, because I felt they did not need to know about it. I just wanted her grandparents and Jess to show up, but I was convinced otherwise. I think Judd wanted more people there to dilute the tension or something, or maybe she just wanted witnesses in case things went south. Either way, it was uncomfortable having all those people in our business. We decided that we would send Abby to weekly therapy. We were under the agreement that I would find and pay for it, and if it worked, my wife would pay me back. Finding a therapist was harder than I expected. I called around 8 different places before finding someone who specialized in adolescence and had openings. Most had waiting lists of 2+ months, which wasn't going to work for our situation. The therapy did work. Abby improved a lot. She has realized how much damage she has done and is working to improve things. The first few sessions, she wouldn't talk about what happened, according to Judd, who took her. But eventually she opened up, and the therapist helped her understand why her pranks were problematic. She has apologized profusely, realizing how disgusting her prank was. About a month into therapy, she came to me directly and gave me a genuine apology. She said she never considered how her pranks made other people feel, and that she was just trying to be funny like the people she saw online. She mentioned that her friends always laughed at her pranks, so she thought everyone would. I told her there's a difference between pranking your friends, who expect that kind of behavior from you, and pranking family members who just want to feel safe and comfortable in their own home. She has also deleted her TikTok account, claiming that's where she got all the ideas from. We decided we would get her a new smartphone for her birthday 3 months ago for the improvement she's shown. We took away all smart devices as punishment. I don't think I mentioned that before. The new phone came with parental controls that limit her social media usage. She complained about it at first, but honestly, she seems happier without the constant online validation. But the therapy brought up some other issues. Apparently, Abby's been acting out for attention from her mom, who's been pretty checked out of parenting these past few years. This didn't surprise me, but it was the first time anyone said it out loud. Judd works a lot, and when she's home, she's usually tired and just wants to watch TV or scroll on her phone. She rarely asks about Abby's day or helps with homework or does any of the typical mom stuff. I've tried to pick up the slack sometimes, but as I said, I never signed up to be a dad. The therapist suggested that Judd and Abby have some sessions together, which Judd reluctantly agreed to. I don't know what happened in those sessions, but Judd always came home in a bad mood afterward, snapping at me over little things like leaving the glass on the counter or forgetting to take out the trash. As for me and my wife, I gave her an ultimatum. Since therapy worked for Abby, it would be time we go to couples therapy, or else we separate. We were having problems before this whole incident showed up, and now it kind of has to be forced. For the past 2 years, we've been living more like roommates, and her enabling behavior is finally causing things to fall apart. She reluctantly agreed. The first session was awkward. The therapist asked us to describe our relationship in 3 words, and Judd said, comfortable, stable, convenient. Not exactly the passionate declaration of love I was hoping for. I said distant, tense, uncertain. The therapist asked us about our communication styles, our conflict resolution tactics, our intimate life, which has been basically non-existent for the past year. It felt like having the spotlight shined on all the broken parts of our relationship that we'd been ignoring. It ended up being short-lived. She spoke during our sessions about how I take things out of proportion, and I went too far posting the incident online. She revealed that she was indeed following my posts, and that's why she changed her mind about the camp. Our therapist then asked us both if we loved each other at all. I was honest and said yes, but it's becoming difficult. My wife, on the other hand, said she was in love with the idea of me. I needed a minute if I heard that right, and she went on about how I was apparently a catch. I was younger than her, had a stable job, and owned a house, and she thought my loyalty was a bonus. I don't know why, but I asked her if she cheated on me, and she said no. But it doesn't matter. She just revealed that she settled for me. The therapist tried to salvage the session, talking about how relationships evolve over time and how initial attraction can develop into deeper bonds, but the damage was done. I couldn't unhear what Judd had said. All this time I thought we had something special, and it turns out I was just a good financial decision for her. We had a huge fight that night when we got home. I accused her of using me as a meal ticket. She accused me of being emotionally unavailable. I said she was a terrible mother. She said I was a violent control freak. We said a lot of things we can't take back. I slept on the couch that night, and the next day I called a lawyer. I filed for divorce a few months ago. We had a prenup, so things are going smoothly other than her erroneously claiming some jewelry is hers. But my lawyer seems to think that it should be finalized within 1-2 months. The jewelry in question is a pearl necklace that belonged to my grandmother. I gave it to Judd on our first anniversary. But the prenup clearly states that family heirlooms remain with the original family, regardless of gifts. It's not even particularly valuable in terms of money, but it has sentimental value to me. So my STBX has moved out along with Abby. They found an apartment across town. It's smaller than our house, but in a better school district, which I guess is good for Abby. My dog misses them. She just sits by the door waiting for hours for them to come back. I take her for extra walks now, but she still looks sad as hell. Sometimes I think she blames me for them leaving, which is ridiculous because she's a dog and doesn't understand divorce, but the way she looks at me sometimes. STBX is not happy about how things have progressed. She has been calling me a spineless bastard who couldn't just tolerate how things are and has been saying it to everyone who will listen. But behind closed doors, she's been blaming Abby for her divorce, claiming it was her behavior that caused it. I know this because she has called me and texted me semi-regularly. Mostly drunk texts at 2 a.m. asking why I had to ruin everything and stuff like that. Last week, she called me crying, saying she missed our life together and wanted to try again. I reminded her that she was in love with the idea of me, not actually me, and she hung up. Abby is living with her grandparents because apparently her mother can't deal with her right now. After they moved into the apartment, they lasted about 3 weeks before Judd shipped Abby off to her parents. Said she needed space and time to establish herself, whatever that means. I actually liked my in-laws. They were real good people, and they've apologized for their daughter's actions and even offered to reimburse me for Abby's therapy sessions. They told me that they were going to take care of Abby because it seems her mother has finally lost it. They invited me over for dinner last month, which was weird but nice. Abby cooked, which surprised me. Apparently her grandmother has been teaching her. She made lasagna, and it was actually pretty good. After dinner, her grandfather pulled me aside and thanked me for getting Abby into therapy. He said they'd seen a marked improvement in her behavior and attitude. She's becoming the sweet girl she used to be, he said. That made me feel both good and sad at the same time. Good that I had helped in some way, sad that Abby had lost herself for a while there. I spoke with Abby before I left and assured her that this wasn't her fault. Chances are we were going to divorce regardless. She then told me that she didn't want me to leave and that I was the closest thing to a father she ever had. This surprised me. I never really saw myself as a parental figure for Abby. I only really did the minimum. Outside of that, I just paid for school events, supplies, and would carve out some time for her, but I did leave it up to her if she wanted to spend time with me. I told her that maybe when she turns 18, we can pick up where we left off, but until then, I don't think we can see each other. Her mother would definitely try to keep her away from me, and to be honest, I need some time away from Abby as well. I didn't mention that last part to her, of course. Just said that it might be complicated with the divorce and everything. She seemed to understand, but looked disappointed. She gave me a hug before I left, which was the first physical contact we'd had since the incident. Things are so quiet at home that it's relaxing. Sometimes I miss the chaos, but mostly I'm just glad to have some peace and quiet. It's been nice to have time for myself again. So there you go. I don't even care if my STBX reads this post. I might update again if anything major happens, but honestly, I hope nothing does. I just want to move on with my life. The divorce should be final next month, and then I can truly put this chapter behind me. So I suppose my question now is, did I act correctly here? Next story. Apologies in advance for how incredibly long this is going to be. I have been coping with this for years, and I am just at my wit's end now. I have tried talking to my friends about it, but no one truly understands the complexity of the situation. My therapist suggested that writing it all down might help me process things. So here it goes. I am 18F, and my sister is 22F. We both still live with our mother, 50F, for the time being. I am starting my senior year of high school in a couple of weeks, and my sister works full-time at an insurance company. She has been there for about a year and a half and seems to like it well enough. She is looking for apartments. She is hoping to find a place by the end of the year, but the rental market is crazy right now, so who knows. My parents split up when I was very young, around 4 or 5. I hardly remember them ever being together. Just glimpses here and there of all of us in the same house. According to my mom, it was an incredibly messy divorce, because my dad was always lying about everything, where he was going, what he was doing with his money, who he was talking to. She eventually threw him out, even though she was a stay-at-home mom with no income at that time. That was very brave of her looking back, but it must have been so scary. She struggled for a time, but was able to get a job as an administrative assistant, and has worked her way up a little since then. She is doing all right now, but we are definitely lower income. We've never gone hungry or anything, but there have been many times when things were very tight. She never really talks about what exactly he lied about, just that it was everything, and I didn't ask very much because it always upset her. Sometimes when I'd ask as a kid, she would get this look on her face like she was remembering something terrible, so I learned not to ask. After they separated, they shared 50-50 custody of me and my sister for around 5 years. I'd spend 1 week at my mom's apartment, 1 week at my dad's house, back and forth. It was confusing for a little kid to have 2 completely different homes with different rules. I remember always forgetting things at one house that I needed at the other. My mom would make these detailed checklists for me to make sure I had everything, but I would still somehow leave my favorite teddy or homework folder behind. This is where things start getting messy. My sister and I are complete opposites. I'm good at schoolwork. For example, I'm in all these AP classes, and it's not even difficult for me. I just sort of grasp concepts quickly. My sister, though, had trouble with school from the very beginning. She couldn't sit still, found it hard to focus, and would get overwhelmed very easily by things like loud noises, bright lights, or too many people talking at once. She was eventually diagnosed with autism and ADHD, and a few other things I can't really remember, maybe anxiety. And school was simply impossible for her. She would come home crying nearly every day because she was unable to understand the assignments, or got in trouble for not paying attention. My mom tried to get her all sorts of therapy. She was going to appointments like 3 times a week at one point, but nothing truly seemed to make a big difference. My mom wanted to put my sister on medication when she was around 10, but my dad completely refused. He kept insisting she was just faking all her disorders for attention, which was complete garbage. Anyone who spent 5 minutes with my sister could tell she wasn't pretending. But my dad was certain she just wanted special treatment or something. He would say things like, "She's just being dramatic," or "She just needs to try harder," or "She's manipulating you." It was terrible to watch, even as a kid who didn't fully grasp what was happening. So they ended up in court over it. The custody fight dragged on for 4 years. 4 fucking years my sister had to struggle without medication that might have helped her. My dad hired a pricey lawyer who kept holding everything up and filing motions or whatever. My mom had to take out loans to continue fighting. I was quite young when all this took place, like 6'10", so I don't recall a ton of details. Just that everyone was constantly tense and arguing at my dad's house. My sister would have these episodes where she would just completely shut down or start crying uncontrollably, and my dad would get so furious at her. He would send her to her room for hours. Meanwhile, I was just this small kid trying to stay out of everyone's way and be as perfect as possible so no one would yell at me too. I got really good at being quiet and not making trouble. Oh, and during all of this, when I was 7, my dad married my stepmom. They had dated for about a year before getting married, so I wasn't very familiar with her when suddenly she was living with us every other week. I'm not going to say much about her except that she hated my sister, like openly favored me and was horrible to my sister. She'd make these little remarks like, "Why can't you be more like your sister?" Or "Your sister never gives me this kind of trouble." But I was a kid and wanted a mom figure to like me, so I eventually grew close to her. I feel guilty about that now, but I was just a little kid desperate for approval. When my sister was 14, so I was 10, my mom finally won in court, and my sister was able to start medication. The change was quite dramatic. She wasn't magically cured or anything, but she could focus better, and her meltdowns became less frequent and less intense. She started doing better in school, not straight A's or anything, but at least passing. She seemed happier. Guess what happened next? My dad completely disowned her, just kicked her out of his house, told her not to return, said he wouldn't have a drugged-up zombie for a daughter. She had to stay at my mom's house full time, and my dad only paid child support when the court made him. He completely ignored her birthdays, Christmas, and everything. He just pretended she didn't exist. I remember my sister crying for days. She couldn't understand why her own father would just stop loving her. Meanwhile, I continued the 50-50 custody arrangement. I'm not proud of it now, but I didn't truly understand what was happening. I was just a kid who wanted to see both of her parents. Looking back, I realize I should have refused to go to his house after what he did to my sister, but I didn't have that kind of clarity or courage at 10 years old. But after my sister left, my stepmom began treating me differently as well. She was never as bad to me as she was to my sister, but she definitely started criticizing everything I did. For instance, I'd leave a cup in the sink, and she'd lecture me for 20 minutes about responsibility. Or I'd get a B+ instead of an A, and she would act like I was failing out of school. My dad never said anything when she did these things. He would just sit there silently or leave the room. I started dreading going to his house. I would get this knot in my stomach every Sunday when it was time to pack my things and head over there. As I got older, I began going to his house less and less. First, it was every other weekend instead of week on, week off. Then it was just sporadic visits when I felt like I should make an effort. Eventually, I stopped going entirely and just texted with him sometimes. But even when I never saw him in person, he still sent me birthday and Christmas presents every single year. Usually gift cards or cash, sometimes clothes or books, and nothing for my sister. Not even a damn text. It was as if she had just ceased to exist for him. How do you just erase your own child like that? I didn't get it then, and I still don't now. During this period, my sister and I had a fairly strained relationship. She was resentful of me for still talking to our dad, and honestly, I can't blame her at all. Sometimes she would make cutting remarks when I'd get a gift from him or when I'd be texting him. Other times, she would just leave the room when his name was mentioned. Once, when I came home from his house, she refused to speak to me for 3 days straight. I made up all these justifications in my head about why it was okay that Dad loved me and hated her. I told myself she must have done something to deserve it, which she didn't. I told myself it wasn't my fault. True, but I was still enabling him. I told myself that at least one of us should have a relationship with him, which was bullshit. Looking back, I was just being selfish and scared. When I was 15, I finally woke up and realized how messed up the whole situation was. Our dad completely abandoned one child, but kept sending gifts to the other one? What kind of psycho does that? It was like he was using me to hurt her even more, showing her that he was capable of being a father, just not to her. So I stopped texting him back. I went completely no contact with him literally overnight. He continued texting me occasionally, things like, "How's school going?" or "Did you get the money I sent?" But I never replied. Even after I went NC, he still sent me $50 gift cards for my birthday and Christmas, and my sister still received nothing. Like, how did he fail to see the problem here? Did he think I'd eventually just forget what he did and begin talking to him again? I gave all the gift cards to my sister, by the way. It felt wrong to use them. My sister and I started to mend our relationship after I cut contact with him. She saw that I was finally standing up for her. We began hanging out more, talking about real things instead of just coexisting in the same house. I even promised her that if our dad dies and leaves me money, which is possible since he's fairly wealthy, I'll split it with her 50-50. It's only fair since she should have been included in his will anyway. The whole thing really impacted how my sister sees herself. She has such low self-esteem and is always surprised when people actually like her or want to be around her. She's in therapy now, has been for years, and she's doing a lot better. But there's still this core wound that I don't believe will ever fully heal. Fast forward to a couple of weeks ago. I got this random text from him that said something like, "I just wanted to say that I am unbelievably proud of you. If you need anything for school, just let me know." It was so out of the blue. I hadn't replied to anything he'd sent in 3 years, and suddenly he's unbelievably proud of me? For what? He doesn't even know what I've been up to. He doesn't know about my grades or my friends or my hobbies or anything else in my life. He's just saying empty words, trying to get a reaction. I told my sister about it, and I mentioned I was considering responding and asking if he was proud of her too. She encouraged me to do it, so I did. The conversation went like this. Me: "Are you unbelievably proud of sister?" Dad: "I'm proud of both of you." Me: "Do you want to know what she's been up to?" Dad: "I really don't have any clue, so I'm all ears if you want to share." My sister actually typed out a long text from my phone explaining how well she's doing. She mentioned her job, which is pretty high stress but pays decently, that she bought her own car with her own money, and about her relationship with her boyfriend. She talked about how she's managing her mental health well and has friends and hobbies. I sent it all exactly as she wrote it. Dad: "That all sounds to me like reasons I should be more proud of her. Thank you for telling me about it." I showed my sister his response, and she just rolled her eyes. "Too little, too late," she said. But I could tell a tiny part of her was affected by it, like maybe there was a small piece of her that still wanted her dad's approval, even after everything. About a week after this, it was my sister's 22nd birthday. Get this, she actually got a card from him. The card said he was proud of her and had his phone number written inside, telling her to contact him if she needed anything. He hasn't texted me since this occurred. My sister hasn't contacted him. She's still really angry about him favoring me all those years and then ghosting her. She showed me the card, but then immediately tossed it in the trash. Fuck him, she said. He doesn't get to just waltz back into my life like nothing happened. I was talking to my friend about all this drama, and she said it sounds like my dad finally realized that if he wants a relationship with me, he has to have one with my sister as well. That makes sense to me. He hasn't been able to get me to reply for 3 years, so now he's trying a different approach. My mom has been strangely pushy about me reconciling with my dad. She keeps saying he could help pay for college, and she even suggested I ask him to buy me a car, which seems insane to me. Like, I haven't spoken to him in 3 years and I should just ask for a car? What the fuck? I think she's worried about how we're going to afford college and sees him as a possible solution. But it feels really gross to reconnect with him just for his money. I'm feeling completely lost about what to do next. I don't know if I even want my dad in my life after everything that has happened. And my sister definitely doesn't want him in hers. If I have to choose between them, I'll choose my sister every single time. But I'm not sure if it has to be that black and white. Does anyone have any advice? Has anyone dealt with a parent playing favorites like this, and then attempting to make amends years later? Update 1. Holy shit, I didn't expect this post to blow up the way it did. Thanks for all the comments. Some of you said some really harsh things about my dad, but a few people suggested I should at least try to hear his side of the story. So when he texted me again, I responded. First, I want to clear up a few things from my original post that people got confused about. Yes, I still live with my mom full-time now. No, I haven't seen my dad in person for about 3 years. And for those asking about my half-siblings, yes, my dad and stepmom have 2 kids together. They're like 9 and 10 now, I think. I haven't seen them in years either, which sometimes makes me sad because they didn't do anything wrong in all of this. Also, some people were asking about my sister's boyfriend. They've been together for 3 years and are pretty serious, and my mom was super supportive. My dad never knew because she was already out of his life by then. Not sure how he would have reacted, but given everything else, probably not well. Anyway, the conversation with my dad went like this. Dad, how are you doing? Me. I finally finished college tours. University and university are my top choices. I've picked what I want my first tattoo to be. I've also finished all my summer assignments. Can I ask you some questions? Dad, that's awesome. Sure. Me. Why did you fight so hard against getting her the medicine she needed? And why did you let me go on meds without a fight? I should add some context here. A few years after my sister started taking meds, I got really depressed and also needed medication. My dad didn't fight this at all. I'm still on antidepressants to this day. I've been on them since I was about 13 and they've helped a lot. I actually asked him for them directly after I started having suicidal thoughts, and he took me to a psychiatrist right away. So why was it okay for me, but not for my sister? Dad, at the time, your mom and I were seeing a therapist to try to co-parent. He was very highly regarded. He had talked to her quite a bit and was pretty firm that he did not think she needed medication. I was following the recommendation that I was given. Hope that makes sense. This is complete bullshit. All the experts recommended that my sister go on meds. She was literally begging for them because she knew she needed help. Her teachers wrote letters saying she needed additional support. The school psychologist recommended medication. My dad only argued in court that she was faking her disorders and wanted attention. I remember him saying this at home too, so I know he's lying. Me. But she wasn't okay. Mom and her teachers and everyone could see that therapy alone wasn't working. And for 4 years? That's a long time not to get a second opinion. I didn't even know what was going on, and I could see she needed some help. Dad, He was actually the third therapist we had seen during that 4-year period. I was trying to do what the people who were experts were telling me. Me. If that's true, then why, when she finally got on meds, was she so much better? Does it ever occur to you that you were wrong and put your child through hell for no reason? Dad, I'm very clear that I made a lot of mistakes in that period. I was trying to listen to what mental health professionals were telling me. I wasn't qualified to make that kind of determination, and they were. Notice how he doesn't actually apologize here. He just says he made mistakes without taking any real responsibility. And he's still blaming these mysterious mental health professionals that supposedly told him not to medicate my sister, even though everyone else was saying the opposite. Me. Even if I believe all that, why did you kick her out of your house? Why was I allowed to stay? You didn't even get her Christmas or birthday presents. You made it abundantly clear that I was your favorite. Dad, I didn't kick her out. I said one day that maybe she should go back to your mom's early, and she never came back. I have sent Christmas presents and birthday cards every year since, including this year. She never cashed any of the checks and never reached out. I assumed that meant she didn't want to talk to me. Another fucking lie. He never sent cards or presents to my sister. Some people might think my mom intercepted them. But why would she do that for years and then suddenly let this one card through? It makes no sense. Plus, my mom has never prevented us from having a relationship with our dad. If anything, she's encouraged it more than she should have, given how he has acted. Me. That's not the way she tells it, and that's not the way Mom tells it, and that's not the way I remember it. I should mention that I was actually in the house when my dad threw my sister out, but I've blocked most of that day from my memory. About 2 years ago, I remembered bits and pieces, but it's still really blurry, and I'm not even sure if I'm remembering correctly or if my brain made it up. I think I remember him yelling, "Get out and don't come back until you're off those pills," but I might be mixing it up with some other fight. My sister remembers that day super clearly, though, and she has no reason to lie about it. She says he told her to pack her stuff and that she wasn't welcome in his house anymore if she was going to poison herself with medication. She says she was crying and begging him to understand, and he just kept repeating that she needed to leave. My stepmom apparently just stood there and didn't say anything. Dad, well, that's how I remember it. I'm sorry if it doesn't match your recollection. I have all the receipts for the gifts and checks, so I'm certain they happened. Sure you do, Dad. Very convenient that you supposedly have proof that no one else has ever seen. Why didn't he ever follow up when she didn't cash the checks? If I sent someone money year after year and they never used it, I would probably ask why at some point. Me. Look, for better or worse, you're my dad, but I will always choose sister first. No matter what happened, I can't discount my own lived experience any more than I can discount hers. That being said, I might be willing to try family therapy with you if you are willing. Dad, sure, I'm completely open to that. Me, okay, let me think about it and get back to you in a few days. So here's where I am now. As much as I'd love to have an actual father figure in my life, I'm only going to do therapy with him if my sister's okay with it. I told her about our conversation from the beginning, but she doesn't want to know what he said. She said she doesn't care and doesn't want to hear his excuses. I'm still really skeptical, given that he lied at least twice during our conversation, but part of me thinks I should at least try. And honestly, if he's going to help pay for college, I can't just ignore that. College is expensive as fuck, and we don't have that kind of money. Even with scholarships, I'm looking at taking out massive loans if I don't get help from somewhere. Then again, is it worth sacrificing my integrity for money? My mom thinks I'm overthinking it and should just take whatever he offers, but it doesn't feel that simple to me. Then there's another worry. What if I let him back in and he hurts me too? He's proven he can just cut off his own child without a second thought. What's to stop him from doing it to me if I disappoint him somehow? Anyway, thanks for reading all this drama. I know it's a lot. Any advice on what to do next would be great. Update 2. Hey everyone, this will probably be my final update on this whole situation. The story is way too long to summarize at this point, and I don't want to copy and paste everything because that would make this post unbearably long. If you want the background, just check my previous posts. First, I want to clear up a few things people asked about in the comments. My dad is still paying child support for me. Where I live, parents have to pay child support until the kid graduates high school, and I'm in my senior year now. He paid support for my sister until she graduated too, but only when the court forced him to. He tried to get out of it multiple times, claiming financial hardship, while taking vacations to Europe, buying a new car, etc. A lot of people asked about my stepmom, so here's some more info. She and my dad got married when I was 7. For the first couple of years, she was awful to my sister, but pretty nice to me. She would constantly compare us, always to my sister's detriment. If my sister got a C on a test, my stepmom would ask why she couldn't get A's like me. If my sister had a meltdown, my stepmom would say things like, "Look how calm your sister is. Why can't you control yourself like her?" It was really uncomfortable, and I hated being used as a weapon against my sister. After my sister left, she started treating me badly too. My dad and stepmom have 2 kids together, a boy and a girl, who are now around 10 and 9. I often felt like a second-class citizen compared to my half-siblings. It was like night and day how differently they were treated. They get every fucking thing they want. They both got Minecraft accounts and their own iPads when they were 3. They both have Nintendo Switches and desktop computers. The food situation at their house is wild too. I've literally never seen either of them eat a vegetable. My stepmom never made them try new foods or eat anything healthy. They eat fast food constantly, like McDonald's breakfast almost every Saturday and take out several times a week. I remember one day we had chicken nuggets twice in one day, once from some fast food place and once the frozen kind heated up in the oven. Meanwhile, when I was younger, I would get lectures if I didn't finish all my vegetables. Oh, and they go to this fancy private school that costs like $5,000 semester, I think. Don't quote me on that exact number, but it's definitely a lot. My dad is always posting on Facebook about their school achievements and how proud he is of them. Meanwhile, my sister and I have been in public school our whole lives. One of my half-brother's teachers once suggested he might have ADHD too. Guess what happened? They immediately got him tested and put him on medication. The hypocrisy is unbelievable. It's okay for his real kids to need help, but not my sister. It makes me sick thinking about it. So the actual update, I had an interesting conversation with my mom the other night. I showed her my dad's text, and she basically confirmed what I already knew, that my sister was definitely kicked out of my dad's house. But honestly, I'm not sure how much I can trust her either. She's not exactly an unbiased source when it comes to my dad. She went on this long rant about the first time my dad lied to her when they were dating. Apparently, he lied about some injury he had, claiming he hurt his knee playing college basketball. My grandmother, his mom, let slip that he had actually injured it, falling downstairs drunk at a party. She talked about how all these small and big lies built up over time until she couldn't take it anymore and asked for a divorce. She described this cycle where she would ask him to stop lying, he would for a while, and then start again. The weird thing is, I've noticed my mom does something similar with my boundaries. Like, I hate being touched. It makes me really uncomfortable. I'll ask her not to touch me, she'll stop for a few days, and then start again with the hair stroking or shoulder touching or whatever. It's frustrating as hell. I've pointed this pattern out to her and she gets defensive and says it's different, because she's my mother and that's what mothers do. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but it makes me wonder if they're more alike than she wants to admit. There was a weird period a few days after my dad and I texted where I didn't hear from anyone. No text from Dad, my sister was busy with work, and my mom was doing her own thing. It gave me some time to really think about what I want out of all this. I've been thinking a lot about what I actually want from a relationship with my father, and I've come up with 3 things. 1, financial help with college. I'm not going to lie about this one, I'll get some scholarships, but it'll probably still cost at least $10,000 a year, even if I'm lucky and I don't have that kind of money. We've been putting a little aside each month, but it's nowhere near enough. A car would be nice too, but it's not essential right now. I can use my mom's car when needed, and at college, I probably won't need one anyway. 2. The truth about what happened with my sister. I want to know if she was really forced out of his house, and I want to know if my own fragmented memories are accurate. I might never know for sure, but therapy might help. It's driving me crazy having these half memories that I can't fully trust. Did I just make up that whole scene of him yelling at her to leave? I've read about false memories, and now I'm doubting everything I think I remember from childhood. 3. A dad. As simple as that sounds, I just want a parent who supports me and loves me. I think there has to be a way to have a relationship with both my dad and my sister. If it turns out he really is a manipulative liar who won't change, then I can always cut him out again. But I want to give it an honest try first. So I've decided to give therapy with my dad a chance. I want to use my own therapist, who I've been seeing for a couple of years, so she already knows all this drama. She's really great and isn't afraid to call me out when I'm being unrealistic. She specializes in working with teens and their parents, so it seems like a perfect fit. I texted my dad yesterday to ask if he'd be willing to see my therapist specifically, and he said yes, without hesitation. That's a good sign, I guess. We have our first session scheduled for next week. I'm nervous as hell about it, but also kind of relieved to be taking some kind of action instead of just stewing in indecision. Right now, I'm not comfortable seeing my dad outside of therapy, but that might change with time. I don't think my sister will ever have a relationship with him, but she's always welcome to join therapy if she wants to. I won't push her to forgive him or anything like that. When I told her about my decision, she just shrugged and said, "Do what you need to do. Just don't expect me to play a happy family with him." I can respect that. Some people commented saying I should just move on from all this, but there's too much hurt and history for me to do that in a healthy way right now. That's why I want to start with therapy, to try to process all this shit and go from there. I know my mom is hoping this leads to him paying for college, but I'm trying not to think about that too much. If I go into this just wanting money, it's not going to work. I need to genuinely try to rebuild some kind of relationship, or there's no point. At the same time, I'm not going to pretend the financial aspect isn't a factor. Of course it is. I'm not stupid. Then there are my half-siblings to consider. They're innocent in all of this, and part of me wants to have a relationship with them too. They must be so confused about why their big sister just disappeared from their lives. They were too young to understand what was happening when I stopped coming over. I wonder if my dad even told them why, or if he just made up some excuse. Thanks to everyone who commented on my other posts. The different perspectives really helped me figure out what I want to do. Hopefully, this is the last time you'll hear about this particular drama. Actually, one more thing. I was thinking about whether to mention the college money thing to my dad now, or wait until after graduation when he's not legally required to pay child support anymore. I don't want him to feel like I'm only talking to him for money, but I also don't want to get screwed over if therapy doesn't work out. Any thoughts? Is it manipulative to not bring it up directly? Or is it too transactional to just ask outright? I genuinely don't know the right approach here. Oh, on to the next story. My mom became pregnant with me during college. They were both students, and my dad said it wasn't planned, but he was still happy about it. After I was born, she more or less left my dad and signed over all custody rights. She told him directly that she wanted nothing to do with me or with raising a child. Her exact words were something along the lines of, "I'm not ruining my life for a mistake." My dad was completely surprised by this. He had thought they were going to become a family. He had to leave college for a time to work full-time in order to support me. Eventually, he returned part-time while still working, and it took him years to finish his degree. In the meantime, my mom just went on with her college life as if nothing had happened. My dad brought me up with assistance from my grandparents. I never felt like anything was missing as I grew up because they were truly wonderful people. My dad worked incredibly hard to provide for me while remaining loving and present, and my grandparents would step in anytime he needed help. They offered me so much love and support that I didn't really think about not having a mother around. There were moments when I was little that I would ask about her. My dad never said a bad word about her. He would just tell me that she wasn't ready to be a mom, and that's the reason she wasn't around. He always made certain I knew it was not my fault. He had a single picture of her that he kept inside his dresser drawer. Sometimes I would catch him looking at it late in the evening. When I was at school, other kids would sometimes ask about my mom. I would just say she lived far away. It was simpler than explaining the truth. My dad attended every school event, every parent-teacher conference, helped with science projects, learned how to braid hair for me when I wanted braids. Everything. He was both mom and dad rolled into one. My grandparents were there for everything as well. My mom never made an effort to check on me until I was about 6 or so. By that time, my dad had managed to get a very good job, and we had moved out of my grandparents' house and into our own place. Then my mom abruptly showed up out of nowhere, claiming she missed my dad and wanted to be a part of our family. Most kids might be happy about their mom coming back, but I honestly could not stand her from the very beginning. Something about her just felt wrong to me, even when I was that young. She never seemed genuine or warm like the other mothers I knew. I recall the first time she visited. My dad had told me in advance that my mom wanted to see us. I was excited at first, but when she arrived, she hardly acknowledged me. She brought me a doll that was for a much younger child and spent most of the time talking to my dad. I remember hiding behind my dad's legs because something about her made me feel uneasy. I never understood why my dad accepted her back, but I believe he was just blinded by how much he still had feelings for her. He would talk about her sometimes when he thought I was asleep, telling my grandma on the phone how he never stopped loving her, even after everything she did. It was this strange thing where he would complain about her actions, but then defend her in the very next breath. My grandparents were opposed to them getting back together. I overheard a major argument between my dad and my grandfather about it. My grandfather kept saying she would just hurt him again, and that she was only interested now that my dad had a good job and a nice house. My dad became very defensive and said that people can change. One of the first strange things I recall is that she insisted I call her by her first name instead of Mom, particularly when we were out in public. She would get very annoyed if I made a mistake. She thought it made her appear younger or something like that. I remember attempting to call her Mom once at a restaurant, and she hissed at me to stop. She said it made her uncomfortable. She moved in with us after dating my dad for just a few months. It made her uncomfortable. She moved in with us after dating my dad for just a few months. Things changed right away. As I got older, her behavior only became worse and more apparent. When I was in high school, anytime I brought friends over, she would act overly friendly with the guys. Like, extremely friendly. Many of my male friends told me they had crushes on her, which was incredibly gross to hear. She would wear revealing clothes around them and make these flirtatious comments that made everyone feel uncomfortable. I eventually stopped bringing friends home. She would always find reasons to enter my room when my friends were over, asking if we needed snacks or drinks. But she would only do this when I had male friends over. One time, she came in wearing just a bathrobe to ask if we wanted cookies. My friend Jeffrey couldn't look me in the eye for weeks after that. I remember at my graduation party, my friends and I were hanging out by the pool. My mom showed up in a tiny bikini and asked one of my guy friends to put sunscreen on her back. Everyone laughed uncomfortably. It was so humiliating. I wanted to just disappear. She kept bending over in front of them and adjusting her top as if it was about to fall off. One of my friends actually left early because of how uneasy he felt. When I tried to bring this stuff up to my dad, he would just dismiss it. He'd say things like, "That's just how she is," or "She's just being friendly." It was so frustrating because I could see precisely what was happening, but he either didn't notice or chose to ignore it. I always knew she didn't truly love him. She was with him because he was stable, had a decent amount of money, and was completely devoted to her. She would spend his money like it was water. always buying new clothes, expensive makeup, and going out with her friends. Meanwhile, my dad was still driving. The same old car he'd had since I was a kid. He never complained, though. He would just say he was happy if she was happy. If my dad ever tried to talk to her about money, she would start a massive fight. She'd accuse him of not trusting her or not loving her enough. Then she would cry, and he would end up apologizing even though he hadn't done anything wrong. It was this toxic pattern that repeated itself over and over again. When she became pregnant with my brother, she was angry at first. She didn't want another baby and directly told my dad she planned to have an abortion because it would ruin her perfect body. They argued about it for weeks. I could hear them fighting late at night through the walls. She would say awful things about how one child was already too much responsibility. She would complain about how pregnancy would give her stretch marks and make her breasts sag. Eventually, she decided to keep the baby. I'm so grateful for that choice because my brother means the world to me now. He's the one good thing she ever did, even if it wasn't for the right reasons. My dad was overjoyed about having another child. He kept saying how he always wanted a bigger family. I was excited too. I had always wanted a sibling. The pregnancy was a nightmare, however. She acted as if she were the first woman in history to ever be pregnant. Everything had to be about her. My dad waited on her hand and foot. She would send him out at midnight for strange food cravings, make him rub her feet for hours, and constantly complain about how miserable she was. She hardly acknowledged me during this period. I was basically invisible. After my brother was born, things got even worse. She had absolutely no interest in taking care of him. She refused to breastfeed, saying it would ruin her breasts. She complained about changing diapers. She would ignore him when he cried. My dad did everything, the night feedings, the diaper changes, the doctor appointments, everything. I helped out a lot too, even though I was still a kid myself. Just like with me, she was never a parent to my brother either. It was always me and my dad who took care of him. She never cooked and never cleaned, just shopped and went out with friends using my dad's money. I remember one time my brother was really sick with a high fever, and she refused to cancel her plans to stay home with him. I ended up skipping school to take care of him because my dad had an important meeting he couldn't miss. Because of this, my dad, my brother, and I became extremely close. We were our own little unit. My brother and I just stopped expecting anything from her. We barely spoke to her unless we had to. It was easier that way, less disappointing. We had our own inside jokes and traditions that didn't involve her. We would go on camping trips, just the three of us, while she stayed home because she hated the outdoors. My dad always tried to include her in family activities, but she would find excuses not to join in. I always wondered why my dad stayed with her. I asked him once when I was in high school. He just got this sad look on his face and said, "Sometimes when you love someone, you see who they could be, not who they are." I didn't get it then. I'm not sure I get it now. Everything changed when my dad got sick. He was diagnosed with cancer a while back. I don't even want to say what kind. It doesn't matter. It began with him feeling tired all the time, then losing weight. By the time they found it, it had already spread. The doctors said they would do everything they could, but they were not optimistic. What came next was months of treatments and chemo. It was exhausting and frightening, but my brother and I stayed with him through it all. We would take turns driving him to appointments, making sure he ate, and helping him when he was too weak to walk to the bathroom. He tried to stay positive for us, but there were days when the pain was so intense he could hardly speak. My mom acted like it was no big deal. She kept shopping and hanging out with her friends as if nothing was wrong. She would complain about how my dad's illness was disrupting her life. She missed several of his important doctor appointments because she had other plans. Once she became annoyed because my dad's chemo appointment made her late for lunch with her friends. There was a day when my dad was extremely sick from the chemo. He was throwing up constantly and could barely get out of bed. I called my mom, who was out shopping, and asked her to come home to help. She said she was in the middle of something and would be home later. She didn't return until that evening, carrying bags of new clothes. Despite all our efforts and prayers and everything the doctors attempted, we lost him. I still can't believe he's gone. Sometimes I pick up my phone to call him before I remember that he's not there anymore. What makes it worse is how our mom has acted since. To her, losing him was just no big deal. She hasn't displayed any real grief or sadness. She went shopping the day after his funeral, for fuck's sake. She was laughing and joking at the reception after the funeral. Several of my dad's friends remarked on how inappropriate her behavior was. My dad had planned his will before he passed. He made sure my brother and I inherited his house, while my mom got the money from his bank account, which was a fairly decent amount. He worked hard his entire life and saved well. I think he knew she would blow through the money quickly, but at least the house would still be there for us. When the will was read, my mom was furious that she'd not get the house. She threw a tantrum right there in the lawyer's office. She threatened to take us to court, but eventually realized she had no case, since everything was legal and properly documented. My dad had updated his will after his diagnosis and made sure everything was airtight. Eventually, she asked if she could stay in the house rent-free. I refused and told her if she wanted to live there, she needed to pay rent, like any tenant would. This led to a huge argument. She tried to guilt-trip me by saying my dad would have wanted her to stay for free, and that I was being cruel to my own mother. She said I was leaving her homeless, which was bullshit. She could afford her own place with the money my dad left her. I stood my ground. She reluctantly agreed to pay a small amount of rent. My brother and I are financially stable, so we don't actually need the money. We just wanted to make it clear this was no longer her house, and to establish a formal landlord-tenant arrangement instead of having her assume she could just live there forever. Since my dad died, my mom started dating again, almost right away. It was barely a month after the funeral when she began going on dates. She would come home late, a little drunk, with her makeup smudged. It was disgusting. It didn't take long before she introduced us to Bradley, who's only a few years older than us. It's honestly disgusting seeing our mother with someone so young. Bradley hated me and my brother from the beginning and has been hostile in every interaction. He makes these snide remarks about how we're too attached to our dad and need to move on already. Like, sorry, we're not over our dad's death in 3 months, asshole. He treats us like we're intruding when we come to the house, even though it's literally our house. Bradley started staying overnight pretty quickly. They would be loud on purpose, if you know what I mean. It was disrespectful as hell. My brother and I would. It was disrespectful as hell. My brother and I would stay away as much as possible when Bradley was there. We both have our own places, but we would come by to check on the house and make sure my mom wasn't trashing it. Since my dad's death, my brother and I have been sorting through his things. It has been really emotional for us. We had packed most of his stuff away, but there were still a few boxes in the upstairs attic that we couldn't move all at once because some of it was heavy and we both have back problems. My dad had them too. Runs in the family, I guess. We were taking our time with it because it was hard emotionally. Each item brought back memories. Bradley complained nonstop about how we were handling Dad's things. He thinks we should just throw everything away and be done with it. He keeps saying holding on to a dead person's belongings is pointless, and we would feel then lighter if we got rid of it all. Easy for him to say when it is not his dad. He never even met our dad, but somehow he thinks he knows what's best for us. At one point, Bradley suggested we sell Dad's things and split the money. When we refused, he got annoyed and said we were being materialistic. This from the guy who drives my mom's car that Dad paid for and lives rent-free in our house. This week, we went to get the last of Dad's possessions from the attic, only to find it was completely empty. When we asked our mom what happened, she acted clueless, as if she had no idea the boxes were gone. Then Bradley smugly admitted he had thrown them away. He said the boxes were cluttering the attic, and he needed the space for his own stuff. He didn't even apologize or seem to understand why we were upset. I lost it. Those boxes were not just clutter to us. They were pieces of our father's life. Dad's watch was in those boxes too. It was a Timex, and his father had given it to him when he graduated from high school. Dad wore it every single day until he got sick, and it no longer fit his thinning wrist. I was planning to give it to my son one day if I ever have one. Now it is gone, likely in some landfill somewhere. Bradley lives in the house, rent-free, with Mom, by the way. If he didn't want the boxes there, he could have called us. We would have come over right away to move them. But no, he decided to throw away our dead father's belongings without even asking. Who does that? What sort of person throws away someone else's belongings? I yelled at Bradley, and my brother threatened to punch him in the face. Bradley backed away, but kept insisting he had gone through the boxes himself and decided they were just junk, not worth keeping, as if he had any right to make that decision. He kept saying things like, "You guys are overreacting," and "It's just stuff." I wanted to strangle him. Mom jumped in to defend him, saying Bradley threw away Dad's things to speed up our grieving process, and that we should be grateful. Like, what the actual fuck? Since when is she an expert on grief? She has not shed a single tear for Dad that I've seen. And even if she was trying to help, which I doubt, who asked her to? No one gets to decide how long we grieve or how we do it. That was so disrespectful, I could not believe it. I told Mom angrily that neither she nor Bradley had any right to decide how we should grieve. Even if those boxes contained junk, it wasn't their place to throw them away without talking to us first. I asked her how she would feel if someone threw away her expensive shoes or purses without asking. She just rolled her eyes. My mom scoffed and said I was exactly like my dad, as if that was an insult. My brother told her that if our dad hadn't married her, he would have cut her out of his life long ago. She looked shocked, like she couldn't believe we were not taking her side. She always expects everyone to side with her, no matter what she does. She has never had to face consequences for her actions. Knowing the conversation was going nowhere, I left with my brother. Since then, my mom has been texting nonstop about how Bradley feels emasculated by how we confronted him. She is insisting we owe Bradley an apology for yelling at him and threatening him, as if we are the ones who did something wrong here. She keeps saying that we need to move on. My brother wants to kick them out immediately, but I'm not sure what the right move is. Part of me thinks she doesn't deserve to live in my dad's house anymore after what they did. Another part of me wonders if my dad would want us to show her some mercy, even though she doesn't deserve it. So, am I the asshole for how I handled this? I don't think I am, but she is making me question if I overreacted. Update 1, holy shit, I wasn't expecting I handled this. I don't think I am, but she is making me question if I overreacted. Update 1, holy shit, I wasn't expecting this to get so much attention. I can't reply to everyone, but thanks for all the comments. I've read through most of them and I appreciate the support. It helps to know I'm not crazy for feeling this way. To answer some common questions, yes, the house is 100% legally ours. My dad made sure of that. No, there wasn't a formal rental agreement with my mom, just a verbal agreement that she would pay a small amount monthly. And no, I don't think my brother and I are assholes for charging her rent. It's our house now, and she has plenty of money from my dad's accounts to afford her own place if she wanted to. It has been a while since my post. After getting so much feedback and talking to my brother, we have been deciding whether to take legal action against my mom and Bradley for throwing away the boxes. We talked to a lawyer friend, not an actual consultation, just informal advice, who said we might have a case for destruction of property, but it would be messy and probably not worth it emotionally. We would have to prove what was in the boxes and their value, which would be hard since many of the items had sentimental value more than monetary value. We were leaning toward just letting it go legally and focusing on moving forward when something else happened. My mom announced that she's getting married to Bradley. She made the announcement on Facebook with these staged photos of them showing off her engagement ring. In the caption, she wrote about how no man has ever made her feel the way Bradley does, and how she wished she had met him sooner. She even shared it with a bunch of Dad's old friends who were obviously uncomfortable about it. The post got tons of likes from her shallow friends who don't know the full story. Some of them commented things like, "You deserve happiness," and "So glad you found love again." It was sickening to read. A few of Dad's friends commented things like, "This seems fast," or "Are you sure about this?" She deleted those comments. It feels like a slap in my dad's face. How can she act so fucking happy when my dad just died a year ago? She's literally shitting on my dad's memory publicly. My dad was devoted to her for years, put up with all her bullshit, and barely a year after he dies, she's engaged to someone else and acting like my dad never existed. Everyone in the family is pissed. My grandparents are especially furious. They see her actions as completely disrespectful to my dad's memory. My grandma called her to confront her about how inappropriate it was to get engaged so soon after my dad's death, and my mom hung up on her. Then she had the nerve to text my grandma, saying she was being judgmental and trying to ruin her happiness. For those asking in the comments, no, I don't think my mom cheated on my dad with Bradley while my dad was alive. I'm pretty sure they met after my dad died. But who knows at this point? Nothing would surprise me anymore. They claim they met at a gym, but the timeline is suspicious. They were dating barely a month after my dad died. So either she moved on insanely fast, or there was some overlap. Some of you asked if I have tried talking to Bradley directly without my mom present. I did try once. I called him and asked to meet for coffee, thinking maybe we could find some common ground. He agreed, but then showed up with my mom. The whole thing was a waste of time. He just sat there smugly while my mom talked over me the entire time. Update 2. Thanks for all the awards, I guess. It's still weird to get internet points for this shitty situation. People keep asking for more updates, so here goes. Some of you suggested going full nuclear, but we have decided against taking my mom and Bradley to court for the boxes. Like I mentioned before, the lawyer said it would be hard to prove exactly what was in them and their value. Instead, we are kicking them out of the house. We're giving them a 1-month notice to vacate. Once they're out, we'll rent the property at a reasonable price to someone who actually respects the place. Selling is not an option. This house is our last connection to my dad, and we're not ready to let it go. It's the house we grew up in, the house my dad worked so hard to pay off. It means something to us. Some comments suggested we might have trouble legally evicting her since she's been living there, but the lawyer assured us that since she's paying rent and we own the property, we have every right to terminate the arrangement with proper notice. We're doing everything by the book to make sure she cannot fight it. My mom sent us wedding invites in the mail yesterday. When we both declined, she reached out directly, asking why we were still holding a grudge. She tried guilt-tripping us, saying it was our duty as her children to support her on her happy day. She even admitted Bradley's family doesn't approve of her because of the age difference, and begged us to attend to make it look like she had family support. I told her I would rather stick forks in my eyes than watch her marry that asshole. She got all offended and said I was being dramatic. My brother didn't even respond to her. He just threw the invitation in the trash. She keeps texting us about wedding details like we care. What do you think of these centerpieces? Should I go with the salmon or the chicken for dinner? As if we're going to be there. We refused and told her we want nothing to do with her or her wedding. She is no longer part of our lives or family as far as we're concerned. She can marry whoever she wants, but she cannot expect us to support it or pretend to be happy for her. Not after everything that's happened. Instead of reflecting on why everyone is against her marriage, my mom turned to Facebook to play the victim. She made this dramatic post about how some family members can stab you in the back and how she's going through a difficult time all on her own. The comments were full of her friends who don't know the whole story offering sympathy. It's pathetic. She's been telling people that we are just jealous of her relationship with Bradley. Like, what? Why would we be jealous of our mom dating someone our age? It's disgusting. She has also been telling people that we are holding on to the past and not letting her move on, as if the problem is us, not her getting engaged a year after my dad died to someone who threw away his belongings. To answer some comments, no, we don't have any of my dad's ashes. He wanted to be buried next to his parents when they eventually pass. And no, I don't think my brother and I need therapy. We are handling our grief fine, except when people fuck with my dad's memory. Someone asked if there were any photos of my dad we could recover. Fortunately, we had already taken most of the photo albums from the house before Bradley threw away the boxes. We also have digital copies of a lot of recent photos. It's the older stuff, from before digital cameras, that we lost, and the physical items like his watch and medals that cannot be replaced. Update 3. After talking to a lawyer, we sent my mom an official notice to vacate. We also let her know that if she didn't move out in time, we would pursue legal action against Bradley for throwing away my dad's belongings after all. The lawyer said it might be difficult to win, but the threat might be enough to get them to leave. My mom called us crying and furious, saying we had no right to kick her and Bradley out and that she liked living in such a big house. She said we were being cruel and heartless. We didn't back down. I told her she should have thought about the consequences before letting Bradley throw away my dad's things. She went on this long rant about how we are treating her unfairly and how she is still our mother, regardless of what happened. I reminded her that she gave up the right to use the "I'm your mother" card when she abandoned us after I was born. She hung up on me. Typical. Whenever she is confronted with the truth, she runs away. My mom is also pissed that literally no one in the family is attending her wedding. She is blaming us for turning everyone against her, which might be partly true. I have been pretty open about what Bradley did and how disrespectful they have been since my dad died, but it's not like I had to try hard to convince people. Their behavior speaks for itself. Many family members can't understand why she is rushing into marriage with someone half her age, especially under these circumstances. My aunt said she doesn't even recognize my mom anymore, that she has turned into someone completely different since my dad got sick. But honestly, I think this is who she has always been. My dad just shielded us from the worst of it. My brother and I are doing okay. We have each other, and that is what matters. We've been spending more time with my dad's side of the family, who have been really supportive through all of this. My grandfather has been sharing stories about my dad from when he was young, which has been nice to hear. It's helping us feel connected to him still. Some people asked about my dad's will and if there could be any legal issues with kicking my mom out. The lawyer assured us that my dad's will was very clear. The house belongs to my brother and me, not my mom. She has no legal claim to it. Her only argument would be tenant rights, but we are giving her proper notice, so even that doesn't hold water. Bradley has been making veiled threats about making us sorry if we go through with the eviction. We have documented everything and installed security cameras around the house, just in case. I wouldn't put it past him to try something stupid. We have also made copies of all important documents related to the house and my dad's will. Update 4. Mom and Bradley refused to leave the house when the notice period was up. When the day came, Mom basically defied us, threatening to take us to court if we tried to enforce the notice. She claimed she had tenant rights, and we couldn't just kick her out. The lawyer said we could start a formal eviction process, but that would take months. We considered going that route, but then my brother had an idea. They were getting married soon, and we knew they would be out of the house all day for the wedding and reception. It was the perfect opportunity to take action. We decided to be petty. We used their wedding day as the opportunity to act. We knew they'd be out all day celebrating, so we waited. When the day arrived, we went in, packed up all their belongings, and put everything on the curb. We were careful not to damage anything. We even labeled the boxes. My brother and my uncle changed the locks and installed security cameras. We invited some relatives over for dinner that night to witness their reaction when they came home. While packing their stuff, we found some of Dad's things that Bradley hadn't thrown away after all. He had hidden them in the back of a closet. There was Dad's old watch and a few other valuable items. The bastard wasn't throwing away junk. He was stealing anything he thought was worth money. We took those items back, of course. Late that night, Mom and Bradley returned, both a bit tipsy from the wedding. They fumbled with their keys at the front door, not realizing we had changed the locks. Eventually, they started knocking, and we opened the door and confronted them. My mom immediately started arguing, demanding to know what was going on. She was still in her wedding dress, which made the whole scene even more ridiculous. My grandfather, who was there with us, spoke up and reminded her that this was our house, not hers, and that we had already given her proper notice to vacate. My mom started crying, saying we were ruining her wedding day, as if she hadn't ruined the past year for us. Bradley tried to push past us to get inside, saying they had rights and we couldn't do this. Bradley tried to barge in and continue arguing. My brother and my uncle pushed him back onto the porch, and my brother threatened to call the police if they didn't leave immediately. Bradley puffed up like he was going to the porch, and my brother threatened to call the police if they didn't leave immediately. Bradley puffed up like he was going to try something, but my uncle is a pretty big guy, and Bradley backed down. I pointed to the curb where we had packed all their things and told my mom to take their stuff and go. We had packed everything carefully. Nothing was broken or damaged. We're not monsters. I even told her we found my dad's things that Bradley had hidden, and that we knew what he was really doing. She had the decency to look embarrassed about that, at least. Both Mom and Bradley looked outraged and humiliated, but eventually they left. One of Mom's friends came to pick them up about an hour later. They took as much as they could fit in her car and had to come back the next day for the rest, while we watched from the window. Bradley tried to argue again when they came back, but we just pointed to the security cameras and reminded him that he was trespassing. Since that night, we have blocked them from every form of contact. We have been deep cleaning the place and rearranging furniture, trying to make it feel like ours again. We got rid of anything Mom left behind. My brother is thinking about moving back in. He's been renting a small apartment, but it would make sense financially for him to live there. He has been renting a small apartment, but it would make sense financially for him to live in the house. I might move back too, at least for a while. It would be nice to be in Dad's house again, now that the negative energy is gone. I don't believe we were wrong, but was this too harsh? A part of me feels guilty, but another part feels they got exactly what they deserved. They disrespected Dad's memory, threw away his things, and expected no consequences. Perhaps the way we did it was petty, but I can't bring myself to regret it. Now a new story awaits us. I'm a 26F, and I am very happily married to my husband, who is 30 Ma. My sister, 34F, is married to a man who cheated on her, took her gold jewelry, and left her when she was 8 months pregnant, also leaving their 4-year-old. From the beginning of my relationship with my sister, we've had problems. We have never been close. We always argued over the most minor things. But ever since I got married, it has just gotten worse, in my view. To make a long story short, my sister and I didn't speak for nearly 2 years. And during those 2 years, I got engaged, married, and now live 3 hours away with my in-laws, separate from my side of the family. I was told, not asked, that I had to help my older sister with the baby and her 4-year-old for a week, while my father's away on vacation. My father lives near my older sister and usually helps her with the kids. I agreed, since I've been out of work, and my husband was also willing to come with me, as he was able to take a few days off to help and work the remaining days from home. We have had a pleasant week so far. Me and my husband would get up early in the morning to help with the kids and stay at my sister's house until about 6 p.m. each evening, at which point we would leave to go back to my dad's house, since the kids would be going to bed. We have done numerous favors for her during this past week, from my husband mowing her lawn to picking up the 4-year-old from school and so on. Every single day this week, my older sister has brought up my weight, just as she always does when I come to visit. She has also put on weight since I last saw her. I've seen her eating habits, and she eats for 2 people. She's obese herself. When I leave to go back to my in-laws, I always come away from my side of the family feeling absolutely shamed and upset with myself. I'm not a skinny girl, far from it, and I have struggled with my weight for years. I hate the person I see when I look at myself in the mirror. But yesterday, my sister was aggressively pushing me for a response, and we ended up having a falling out. It started while we were watching a TV program, and I commented on how someone in the show had lost so much weight. She asked me why I didn't want to lose weight, why I'm so lazy, and why I'm not doing anything about it. I wanted advice from my sister about kids and so on, so I had asked her subtle questions this past week, and on previous occasions, for example about how she tracked her cycle, and I even told her I had suffered a miscarriage 2 weeks ago, to which she just offered a few words, saying she was sorry to hear that. But my sister and I were sitting there watching TV, and she started to talk to me about losing weight and looking good. She then insulted me by calling me ugly, said I struggle to get off the sofa, and told me that I'm lazy. I went silent because my heart was beginning to race. I could feel a panic attack coming on, so instead of antagonizing her, I stayed quiet. I don't like to talk back because I've been told by my dad not to say anything to her since we always argued, and that she is going through something right now. It was also not a comfortable conversation to have with someone I'm not close with. Anyway, she continued to ask why I was being so selfish to my future children, and selfish because my future babies wouldn't be healthy. She then continued and asked why I was angry, and I told her calmly that I don't think she knows when I'm angry. She said she does because I go quiet. I asked her what she wanted me to say. She said I'm lazy and could have gone for walks while I was here or could have done something else. She said I do nothing about my weight. I have made big changes this year, which I know myself and my husband supports me in too, and to be honest, because I don't want to speak to my family about my problems, and they don't ask me anyway, I don't feel comfortable speaking to them about things, so why would I share anything with them? I said to her, I've been making changes, and that if we continue this conversation, we will argue. It was clear from her tone that it was headed that way. She laughed and said she wasn't arguing. She was having a conversation, but this was not a conversation that I wanted to engage in, so I stayed silent. I told her this isn't a conversation I'm comfortable with having with her. She said sometimes you have to be uncomfortable to have these conversations. She then lied and said that our dad had asked her to speak to me about my weight. This is a lie because my dad knows that we argue over the most minor things. My panic attack was brewing. I could feel it. But when I mentioned I have been changing my ways, she laughed. Her voice was getting louder, and it was like she was shouting at me, bearing in mind she was holding her 6-month-old in her arms who was asleep. I said to her, because you live with me, you know what I'm doing, right? She said she's seen me sat here on the sofa all week. I then said, I've been sat here to help you out. I've made myself available for you this week. I'm here for you and the kids. She got super angry and said, I will never ask you for help again. I knew this was coming from you. I knew you would throw it in my face. I knew it. Even if I am struggling, I will never ask you again. She continued, You've said so much shit to me that I thought, you know what? I'll forgive them because they love my kids. I immediately apologized and told her she took that the wrong way, that I did not say it to her like I was throwing it in her face. But she didn't want to hear it. She was shouting over me, repeating the same things she had said before. I also told her she's said enough to me over the years, and that she always starts an argument over the same subject, my weight. Even the last time we fell out, we argued over the same thing. She asked me, What have I said to you? When we stopped speaking over the course of the 2 years, my sister told me that I probably asked to get our pet. My exer PD'd me, and to cut a long story short, I told her she had said this, and she laughed and said, You never got our pet. You're a bullshitter. I was shocked. I just sat there, stunned. All this time I was scrolling through pictures on my phone, so I put my phone down and stopped everything. I was in pure shock. I said to her, I don't want to continue this conversation because I'm having a panic attack. She then chuckled and said, "Here we go again." I walked out of the room where my husband was in a meeting in another room upstairs. I went to my husband and I told him we were leaving. He immediately hugged me and saw that I was having a panic attack. My husband was trying to comfort me, hugging me to calm me down. My sister came to the room while I was still having my panic attack and started shouting at my husband. I'm her older sister. I can say what I want to her. My husband shut the door in my sister's face as he was trying to calm me down, but my sister slammed it back open and shouted at him, "No one disrespects me in my house." My husband then told her, "I'm trying to calm her down. Please leave." My sister responded, "This is my house. I can do what I want." To be honest, at this point, my husband and my sister seemed to be having an argument. I was in a panicked state and couldn't concentrate on anything. All I was doing was crying and panicking, trying to control myself. All I could hear was my sister then starting on my husband saying, "She's always done this. She's a bullshitter. You can't be so soft with her." Speaking to my husband, "She needs to be told." By the way, my husband is softly spoken and gentle, but he raised his voice slightly as she was going ballistic. All I remember is that I needed to be sick, so I ran to the toilet and started being sick. My husband came after me, and I was violently shaking while vomiting. My sister said to my husband, "Just because you and your brother aren't close." My husband got angry and asked her, "Why are you bringing my brother into this?" She said she was using it as an example, but my husband's brother has absolutely nothing to do with this conversation. She proceeded anyway, saying, "My kids have been through enough emotionally," screaming down her house at this point, "Stop doing this to them." She was referring to the arguments and was taking the decision to keep her kids away from us. She screamed, "I ain't no dickhead." I calmed down after I had been vomiting. This ordeal, which included my husband, lasted hours in my head, but was around 15-20 minutes or so. My husband told me we were leaving. I waited downstairs while my husband got my bag from the room where she and her baby were. He informs her that we are leaving and that we are still here if she needs anything, but for now, it's best we leave. She then storms toward me and says, "No, that's it. We are finished. I'm done. That's it. Finished. We're done." I told her I was going to calm down, but she said, "No, we're done." I got angry as she was literally shouting in my face and getting even more aggressive, and I told her, "You need to get off your high horse. No wonder he left you." As I was heading out the door, I regret saying this, as I don't agree with how her husband left and walked out on his kids. I don't. Everyone knows that when kids are involved, I get so upset and so angry, because kids are innocent in all of this. We left and went back to my dad's house. She then sent a text to my husband informing us that she and the kids are dead to me, and to let her know any cost for petrol, etc., and she would pay it back. She also said that telling me to lose weight out of concern as an older sister is nothing to do with anybody else, especially if she's talking to me about having kids. In the argument, my husband told her it's not a conversation she should be having, and that I cannot talk to them about anything. He also told my sister that he and I are a team, and anything you can say to her, you can say in front of me. It always seems my sister brings up this topic when my husband is not in the room. This has happened on more than one occasion. I'm just worried about what my dad is going to say when he comes back from his holiday, as he is closer to my older sister, so he will definitely take her side. Not to mention both my dad and older sister have the mentality that the older person is always right. To me, it seems my sister hates me. She always finds a way to make herself the victim. She always has to have a falling out with me, and she always has to be the truthful one in everyone's eyes. But I'm exhausted. Mentally, I can't take this anymore. I'm on the edge. My husband and I didn't like the words that I said at the end, but given the situation, I think some unpleasant words were going to be said. Am I the asshole? Any advice would be welcome. Thank you. Update 1. Thank you, everyone, for your thoughts, opinions, and comments. I've tried to read all of the comments, and the majority of you are of the same opinion. I am truly overwhelmed by the support and kindness I've received. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm sorry that this post was so long, and for some, too long to read, but I wanted to provide the whole story and how it happened, as I didn't want to sound biased. I have no reason to lie about any of this and no reason to make any of it up. Some people were asking questions, so here are my responses to each. 1. The gold. I am of Indian heritage, and when girls get married, it is a custom for the parents of the bride and groom to give the bride gold jewelry sets, which are worth thousands. These are gifts that act as a safety net for couples and an investment. My apologies, I realize not everyone is familiar with this custom. So regarding the gold, my sister's husband had stolen all of the gold jewelry, including the gifts from my dad to my 4-year-old nephew from when he was born. My dad gave my nephew a gold bracelet when he was born. Indian heritage, much like other heritages, also has the custom that the bride will live with her in-laws and husband. But some couples do move out, which is something we won't have to do, as my in-laws' house will eventually become my husband's and my home. 2. Getting therapy. I am definitely going to consider attending therapy sessions again. I have had therapy before. I do not have a relationship with my mom and 2 younger sisters because she mentally abused me, and it resulted in me leaving the family home. It was quite similar to what happened between my sister and me. My mom and dad are also divorced, but I had an okay relationship with my dad, which I am now deeply reconsidering. 3. Going NC with my sister and dad. I spoke with my husband, and we have agreed that if my dad takes her side and tries to turn it on me in any way, I'm definitely done with my side of the family. I will have no one left on my side of the family. In regard to my sister, I only kept going back because of the kids. Those kids are so adorable, sweet, and innocent, and especially the 4-year-old. He is very fond of his uncle, my husband, and me. He has said several times this week, "I love my uncle so much." It breaks my heart that we are having to separate and cut off contact. My sister uses her kids as a weapon, and to be honest, anyone who does that is the most vile person in this whole world. Kids are so innocent in all of this. I stayed silent because I love those kids to death, and out of respect for my dad, he told me not to say anything. He has also been on the receiving end of my sister's verbal abuse. There's a reason why my husband and I have such a strong bond with kids. I would do absolutely anything to see them happy. That's just the person I am. But all I do is pray that they have the best lives, that they are loved and cared for, and that they have everything they could ever wish for. I'm just so sorry to them that their mother is so vile. My heart aches for those children. My sister does not deserve to be a mother. The way she speaks to her 4-year-old, she's always shouting at him. And the way she drives, it's very aggressive. But no one can say boo to her or tell her any of this. She is a narcissistic person. 4. Being the asshole to myself. I have been a doormat to all of my family, not just my older sister. And this is why I believe I am mentally mature, and way more mature than anyone else on my side of the family. I agree with the comments about not having a backbone, but honestly, one of the reasons I stayed silent was for the sake of those sweet and innocent kids who are in the middle of this. I'm scared for them that their mother won't be able to provide them with emotional support. I'm scared they will grow up to hate me. I'm scared that they will be told lies about me, and I'm scared of not having a relationship with them. I'm scared for them. 5. My husband allowing this to happen. My husband has never had to deal with these kinds of situations before. He supports me, and he is a gem. He cried so much with me when we returned to my dad's house. He took time off work and was there for me. He told me afterward that he could feel his heart rate increasing, and he is very softly spoken. He does not confront people at all. I'm very proud of him for taking a stand against my sister, even though I know he was panicked himself. Please do give him credit. He was the brave one in all of this. 6. Thinking about the future. I've thought about this for 24 hours, and every time my sister and I argue, I have already made the decision to go no contact with her. That, unfortunately, includes the kids too, which feels like I'm ripping my heart out of my chest. I am going to move forward, go to therapy, and continue to work on myself. My revenge will be my happiness. I hope to God those kids don't hate me and my husband. I hope to God those kids have healthy and happy lives. I will always love them and pray for them, regardless of what their opinion is of me. As I am writing this, my husband is driving us back home. As I continue to think about it over this past week, I'm starting to unpack everything and weigh it all up. My sister would make subtle comments during the week, trying to belittle me. For instance, my husband bought a new Mercedes, and I haven't driven it because my husband said he doesn't want anyone else to drive it but himself. I respect this, and my sister said, "Yeah, don't let her drive it." Another time, she took us to see my 4-year-old nephew's martial arts, and the parking spots were tight. She had to do a 5-point turn to park in a spot. She said to me, "Yeah, this is how professionals do it. Bet you couldn't do that." Again, attempting to belittle me in front of my husband. That same day, when we were on our way back home, my husband sat in the back seat of the car, and the car moved, and she then said, "Bloody hell," my name. "You moved the whole car." Keep in mind, I was sitting in the car while she was saying this, and she was putting my nephew in his car seat. I told her it was my husband, and she fell silent, followed by an "oh ha ha," laughing it off. My husband then, for a joke, rocked the car again on purpose. I was sitting next to him, and she had sat in the driver's seat at this point. An important thing I didn't mention, which might not be important to some, but as I was sitting next to him and she had sat in the driver's seat by this point. An important thing I didn't mention, which may not be important to some, is that as I was walking out the door of my sister's house, she yelled at me, "Don't worry, your time will come too," implying my husband will also leave me. I laughed and told her no, he won't. I have complete faith in my husband and his family. They have supported me from day one. Even at my wedding, my family was not in attendance. My dad came because he had to. Other than that, nobody else showed up for me. My husband's family paid for everything and have never made me feel bad about it. My dad gets back from his holiday in 5 days. I will provide another update then. I haven't spoken to him or texted him since before the argument with my sister. My sister also brought up how I always run to my dad to tell him what happened. But I'm not going to say anything, especially not this time. I have gone to my dad in the past, but recently I'm too exhausted, and my dad brings it up himself. I'm going to wait for her to tell him this time, for her to tell him what happened, for her to lie to my dad about what she said. I'll wait for my dad's phone call and see what he has to say. In fact, I know what he will say. He will say we are both as bad as each other and to just leave each other alone. But thank you, Reddit, for your support and love shown under my post. It has made me feel miles better. Any other questions I will be willing to answer. Update 2. Hi, everyone. Thank you for your comments and opinions on all this. I've taken the majority of the advice and had my first therapy session this week. I just cried so much during it, I could barely get my words out. I'd say 90% of the time, I just cried. But I've come on here as I have questions and thoughts. I guess I'm just wondering what people think. I've spoken to my dad. He hasn't brought anything up. Neither have I. He's been normal. He was back from his holiday a week ago, and we've spoken twice since then, but it seemed normal. I guess my sister has not told him anything. But then again, I'm not sure. Maybe he's just sick of the arguing and doesn't want to bring it up? Am I letting my thoughts run wild? Redditors, do you think I should bring it up? But if I were to bring it up, I'd only bring it up in person. I wouldn't want to talk to him over the phone about it. I would want my husband to talk to my dad about it. So I'm going to see him tomorrow, and I'm going to speak with him. But I wanted opinions about how to talk about what happened. By the way, I am done with my older sister. We are 100% done. I wanted my husband to bring it up initially, and my husband said he would too. I'm just predicting that my dad's responses will be something along the lines of 1. You two should go your separate ways, and that's it. 2. I don't want to talk about it. You're as bad as each other. 3. You're both idiots and both need a slap. 4. I thought I told you not to say anything. Another thought I had was about my husband. If my dad thinks my husband is capable of disrespecting someone, then he clearly doesn't know him at all. Depending on how it goes tomorrow, I'll either have a supportive dad, who I will maintain contact with and have a good relationship with, or I will be fully estranged from my side of the family, which is going to absolutely break me. I'll update soon. Thank you. Update 3. Here's the big update, the one people have been waiting for. So, my husband and I spoke to my dad in person today. My apologies if this is long. My husband started the conversation and said that he had probably heard from my older sister what happened. Dad said she told him parts while he was out drinking on holiday, but he shut her down and told her he didn't want to speak about it while he was away. My dad told me that they haven't spoken about the incident since, but my sister called him yesterday, and my dad mentioned my husband and I were coming to see him. So my sister asked if Dad had spoken to us, and obviously he hadn't. I then told him everything that happened. Dad was shocked, but listened calmly and let me speak. My dad is not one to flip out or get angry quickly. My dad didn't have a reaction to the words I said to my sister at the end about her husband leaving her, but he did have a reaction to what my sister said in response, implying my husband would leave me. He sighed and shook his head and said, I don't understand how sisters can say things like that to each other, but anyway. After I had finished, my husband started talking and told him how he felt and that it was really uncomfortable. And this is not how older siblings treat their younger siblings. Using himself as an example, my husband is the younger one but lived with his 5 younger cousins in one house when they were growing up, which Dad agreed with and said every sibling has disagreements, even he does with his siblings. My dad is the older one out of 5 siblings. Dad said he's heard parts from my older sister, but he's shocked by what happened and told me off the bat that my older sister is completely wrong. My older sister conveniently only told him what I said to her about taking a week out of my life to come and help. I said to Dad that she took that the completely wrong way, and once I told him everything, Dad said there is a way to speak to people, and she went about it the complete wrong way. He said she's not mentally in a great place, but it doesn't excuse her behavior. He added, she even starts on me sometimes, and it's a lot of the time. Every few days even. Then eventually she comes around and says, I'm right. She's getting help for her mental well-being at the moment. I shouldn't say this, but I see your mum in her. My mum was the exact same, so I myself have started to not say anything, because the person who doesn't say anything can't regret anything. My main priority is those kids. I don't care about your older sister. You guys are adults. It's those kids who need everyone with them right now, because I don't know how many years I have left, but I want to make sure those kids are loved and have everything they need. I've seen how she also speaks to her older child, and it's not nice. I have been meaning to speak to her about this also. The older child is good with me because I don't raise my voice. You can't shout at kids all the time and expect them to behave. That's what OP's mother used to do. I said to Dad that I understand, but he needs to stop taking her abuse now because he dealt with it with my mom too. So does he really want to relive it again? My dad simply said, I'm in my own house. I come home to an empty house every day. I don't think about your mom anymore. He started telling my husband about how much my mom used to moan and so on. He continued and said he understands where this concern is coming from, but it's okay and he knows how to handle her. He's just there for the kids. That's it. Dad said, at the end of the day, I love both of you, and to my husband, you're my son. Just like I treated your older sister's husband, he was my son too. I have a good relationship with both of you, and if you decide you don't want a relationship with her, I respect that decision. My husband says, yeah, we will no longer be having a relationship with her. It's not only her behavior toward OP, but it's the behavior in the whole situation. She's older than both of us. She should know better, and she could have said things in a loving way, but she didn't. Dad said, there's always a way to talk to people, and she shouldn't have antagonized the situation. She's the same as her mother. I will talk to her about this, but I'm not going to get involved between you two. I've tried with you both, OP and your older sis, for ages. but I can't get involved anymore. You're both adults. My husband responds, I think your older sister just has some hatred or dislike for OP. I think it's just something that's been unresolved for a long time. I then said, I never hated my sister. If I was willing to put things aside, I don't think that was out of hate. I think it was out of pure kindness and love. And to be honest, it's not happening anymore. She's walked over me for too long, and it's stopping. I'm trying to heal from this. And even after I suffered a miscarriage, she still had the nerve to bring up my weight. Mentally and emotionally, I'm scared, to be honest. This is a loss which I'm still trying to process. Dad was nodding his head in agreement, and he said he agrees. He said, I've learned in life it's better to have these conversations in person and cut out the middleman. The middleman is just there to be entertained. I'm glad we had this talk anyway because you guys are relieved. I know what happened, and I imagine it's relieved a little off your shoulders. My husband and I agreed. It was a huge relief. I'm not surprised. But I'm a little surprised about how my dad reacted to all this because he was chill and listened to everything we said. But Dad has given us his blessings to carry on, has supported us, and has assured us that we were not wrong. He understands my husband was trying to defuse the situation. He understands how my sister is, and he respects the decision about us not having a relationship with my older sister. He said to my husband, You were just defending your missus, and I'm happy you did. You're a good man. I asked my dad if he thinks my husband is capable of hurting or disrespecting anyone, and my dad said, The way your husband is and his personality, no, I don't believe he could disrespect or hurt anyone. In a nutshell, I have my solid relationship with my dad, so does my husband, and I can smile and say it's not dependent on me having a relationship with my older sister. There are no terms and conditions tied to that relationship. We can go to my dad's, have a good time, and come away. So my husband and I left that conversation quite happy. I made us all some tea after the conversation, and we watched 1% Club on TV and played against each other. It was enjoyable. He also sent us home with some money, a traditional custom in Indian culture that we call giving love. Any questions are welcome. I'm in a good place right now. I have my dad, husband, and in-laws' support, and to be honest, that's all I need. I will, of course, be continuing my therapy. Thank you, everyone, for your valuable advice, and for this new shiny backbone you have all given me. End of update. Well, let's move on to the next story. I badly need some advice, so I'm trying this out. Mods, please don't take this down. I'm desperate. I know this is lengthy, but it's all necessary. My marriage could be on the line. Help a guy out. My wife and I have been married for 2 years, and together for 8. She has never been the jealous type until this recent situation, and honestly, I'm at a complete loss about what to do. This is so unlike her, and I don't know how to deal with it. I began a new job around a year ago. It's a management role that involves a lot of recruiting. I've been doing pretty well building up a team. I have to in order to move up, and I am so close to getting the promotion I've been working for. I make excellent money doing my job and have been able to provide my wife and me with a much better quality of life because of it. We were finally able to buy the house we wanted, go on a few weekend trips, and I even surprised her with a new car for her birthday. Things have been great, really great, until this whole mess began. Our relationship has always been very solid. We met at a friend's party. She spilled her drink on me and then spent the next 20 minutes saying she was sorry. I thought she was adorable when she was flustered. We swapped numbers, and the rest is history. She has always been incredibly supportive of my career. When I was having a hard time at my last job, she encouraged me to take a chance and apply for this new position. She had faith in me when I didn't even have faith in myself. That's why this entire situation is so very frustrating. She has never acted like this before. Anyway, one of my recent hires is a young female. She's an excellent addition to my team. She brings in great numbers, is very teachable, and is all around just fun to have in the office. And yes, she is very attractive. But I am faithful and love my wife and would never do anything inappropriate. I would never even consider it. My wife is honestly more attractive anyway. Not that it's important. The strange thing is my wife absolutely despises her. I am not used to this from her at all. I have had female friends and colleagues in the past. Attractive ones as well. It has never been a problem. But with this girl, holy shit. We have been fighting constantly now, like multiple times a week. My wife keeps insisting there's something off about her and that she doesn't trust her. I honestly do not see it. The new girl, let's call her NG, is professional, friendly with everybody, and just a normal coworker as far as I can tell. One evening, my wife was going through my work phone, which I let her do since I have nothing to hide, and saw some texts between me and NG. It was all work-related, scheduling meetings, discussing clients, and normal office stuff. But my wife got all strange about it. She started to question why NG was texting me at 8 p.m. I explained that we were putting the final touches on a presentation for the next day, but she wasn't convinced. It is like she has convinced herself that something is going on. Part of team building and keeping your team motivated is to be social with them. This is encouraged by the higher-ups, who even cover the expense of nights out, to hang out with your team in a more informal setting. We call them team bonding nights, and they happen around once a month. We encourage team members to bring their spouses as well, since it's supposed to be a fun night out. My wife has come to most of these and usually has a good time. She gets along very well with everyone else on my team. Well, about 3 weeks ago, we were supposed to have one of these nights. But we had 2 road trips happening, so most of my team was out of town. I only had NG and another new guy in town, and the new guy bailed at the last minute because his kid got sick or something. Normally my wife would come, but she was working that night, so it ended up being just NG and myself, eating wings and having a few drinks at this sports bar near our office. It wasn't even my idea to still go. NG was the one who said we should still do it even though everyone else had canceled. I didn't think it was a big deal. We are adults, not teenagers. It is perfectly normal for co-workers to grab food and drinks. I would have done the same with any of my male employees. My wife called to say she was off early and could come join, but I decided that since everyone was gone, maybe she should sit this one out because NG was really new and I didn't want to third wheel her. I thought it might be awkward for NG to suddenly have my wife there when she was expecting a team event. I thought my wife would understand, but nope. My wife did not like that at all. To top it all off, NG thinks she's being humorous and says loudly, "Come back to bed," while I'm on the phone. She was obviously kidding, but my wife gets pissed hearing that. It's unprofessional for me to argue with her on the phone in front of a new recruit, so I kinda cut her short and said I had to go. My intention was to smooth things over later. I also, by the way, told NG that wasn't actually funny, and it was also inappropriate, and I'd appreciate her holding herself to a higher professional standard in dealings with people related to our business in the future. She seemed to understand and apologized, saying she was just trying to be funny. We ended up finishing our drinks, and I went home. NG wanted to check out some other bar nearby, but I said I had to get home to deal with my wife. NG made some comment like, "Oh, is someone in trouble?" which I ignored. I just paid the bill and left. Well, my wife wasn't having it when I got home. She went off on me for about an hour. Why would I not want her there? Why am I alone with this woman? Why would this employee joke about me being in bed with her? On and on and on. Eventually, during the berating, I said something like, "She's not even attractive. You have nothing to worry about. Anyway, I only love you." But my wife said I was lying, which just made her more upset. She's still pissed, but calms down a little and whatever. I think we're past it. Then nothing happens for about a week. Things seem to be getting back to normal. I'm careful not to mention NG around my wife. NG has been normal at work, with no more inappropriate jokes or anything. Then the following week, I'm talking to a few people in my office, somewhat informally. I basically told my team to get in here for a second to go over something about our quarterly numbers. My office isn't very big. I only have 2 chairs besides mine in there. So those are taken. I have 2 people sitting on a low bookshelf in the back, a few leaning against the walls, etc. It's a small office, but we make it work. There were like 7 people crammed in there. NG comes in last, looks around, and sits on the edge of my desk farthest from me. We have our meeting, everyone leaves, but NG stays behind. She has a question about what I said regarding the commission structure. Naturally, she turns more towards me as she's talking to me, just normal conversational body language. Nothing inappropriate at all. Well, that's the moment my wife walks in with my phone charger and a Starbucks for me. So all she sees is NG sitting on my desk, leaned in towards me, talking to me. I have never seen my wife act like this, but it was embarrassing. She put the stuff down on the nearest surface and just walked out without saying a word. Well, I'm not going to chase her. That'll look bad to my team. So I finish talking to NG, then try to call my wife, who won't answer. I should mention that my wife occasionally drops by the office to bring me lunch or coffee or whatever. It's not unusual for her to show up. The weird part was her reaction. She has never just walked out like that before. So I get home later, and she's in the shower, crying. WTF? I go in the bathroom and pull back the curtain, and she's literally sitting in the tub, knees to her chest, crying in the shower. Why? This is ridiculous. So I get pissed off and leave. I call a few work brothers and meet at the bar to blow off some steam. Well, fucking luck of all luck. NG shows up with them because 2 of the guys I called were already with her at some happy hour thing, and she's dressed to the nines. Like full makeup, a nice dress. I didn't even know she was going to be there. If I had known, I probably wouldn't have gone, considering the situation with my wife. She takes a big group selfie shot and posts it on Facebook. Well, guess what? Yep, the wife saw it. We're all friends on Facebook because of the team events and stuff. And my wife comments, "Nice to see you having so much fun," with that sarcastic tone. To which NG responds, "He's in good hands." And I know that sounds like innuendo, but she swears it's not. I talked to NG the next day, and she really said that as an assurance, like, "Don't worry, he's in good hands," and didn't even think about the fact it could be misinterpreted. I believe her. The bar night wasn't even that much fun. I was stressed about my wife the entire time. I had maybe a couple of beers and then went home, but my wife was already asleep, or pretending to be. I slept on the sofa just to avoid another argument. Anyway, I get home from work the next day, and there's more crying from my wife. She says I'm being deliberately ignorant, and that it's obvious this girl likes me and is causing trouble, and that I'm refusing to see it, or that I must really think she, my wife, is stupid. She asked if she could look at my phone. Then she cried more, saying I obviously have something to hide, especially because I lied about NG not being attractive. Now, for the last couple of days, I've gotten the complete silent treatment. The silent treatment is the worst. She just walks around the house completely ignoring me. If I try to speak to her, she just walks away. She is sleeping in the guest room now. I tried to apologize, even though I don't feel I did anything wrong, but she won't even listen. What the fuck? I have not done anything wrong, and NG is a good employee. I can't fire her or something simply to please my wife. Like, what the fuck does she want me to do? Nobody has done anything wrong. I don't get what the big deal is. It's affecting my work now as well. I'm distracted and stressed all the time. I almost lost a big client yesterday because I couldn't focus on the call. My boss has noticed something's off and asked if everything was okay. I just said I had some personal things going on. I didn't want to bring all this drama into work. My friend says my wife is being insecure and I should just wait it out. My brother thinks I should just fire NG to keep the peace. My dad says I'm an idiot for not seeing what's in front of me. I don't know who to listen to. So Reddit, am I in the wrong here? What should I do? Update 1. Okay, guys. It's clear you all think I'm at best the stupidest person alive and at worst some kind of monster. I can't believe this blew up. Rip my inbox. There's no way I can respond to all of these comments, but I want to clarify a few things. First off, I would never sleep with NG. And while yes, I can recognize that she's physically attractive by most standards, I'm not attracted to her. especially not after all the fucking drama her very existence has been causing me. I never meant to imply I was into her at all. I'm not blind. I know when someone is attractive, but that doesn't mean I want to sleep with them. For all of you saying I should have let my wife come to the dinner, you're missing the point. The point of these team outings is for team bonding, and spouses are allowed, but I thought my wife would be tired, and I didn't plan to stay with NG for long. And yes, the come back to bed comment was inappropriate. I addressed it immediately. What more did you want me to do? Fire her on the spot for one bad joke? That would be an overreaction. For those asking about NG's behavior, yes, she's friendly. Maybe too friendly. But she's like that with everyone, not just me. She jokes around with the whole team. She's new and trying to fit in. I've seen her sit on other people's desks too. It's not like she's singling me out. Secondly, I am not a bad husband. We've had 8 wonderful years together and have been through some pretty tough things before and come out stronger than ever. We've dealt with my wife's mom's cancer, she's fine now, unemployment, mine, a miscarriage, a painful time for both of us, and even had to live with my parents for a while when we were saving for our first place. We've been through a lot together. I've just never been in a situation like this one before. I'm pretty average looking. In fact, my wife is very attractive, and normally it would be me with the insecurities. But I've never made my insecurities her problem. Thirdly, I'm willing to admit some of you may be right about what's going on. If it's so obvious to so many people, including my wife, I'm not arrogant enough to say you're all wrong, and I'm right. I mean, I posted for a reason after all. Maybe NG is into me? I don't know. A lot of you are saying I'm being naive. Maybe she is flirting with me, and I just don't recognize it because I'm not used to that kind of attention. I went back and thought about some other interactions with NG that I didn't mention in my original post. There was a time she asked me to help remove some boxes in the storage room. Maybe that was unnecessary. There was also a time she complimented my new haircut and touched my arm while doing it. Is that flirting? I honestly don't know. I am terrible at reading these signals. Finally, though, I'm still not sure how to proceed. We don't have an HR department, as we're still a small office. It's basically my boss, 2 other people at my level, and our teams. We're in management and sales, by the way. I probably should have mentioned that. The way you guys are talking, I'm a little frightened that this could get turned on me if NG wants to be vindictive or something. I haven't done anything inappropriate, but I'm higher up than her. And given how I've apparently fucked this up, how would my wife react if NG tried to allege anything against me for letting her go, or something? A lot of you are saying I need to choose between my marriage and this employee. I get that, but it's not that simple. This is my career we're talking about. I've worked hard to get where I am. If I fire NG without cause, that could blow back on me. If I tell my boss the real reason I want her gone, I'll look unprofessional. If I transfer her, she might still cause problems. I'm really stuck here. I want to fix things with my wife, but I don't want to risk my career either. Everyone's telling me to get rid of NG, but it is not that simple. Then again, my marriage is important too. I love my wife, I don't want to lose her over this, but I also don't want to set a precedent where she can decide who I work with. That doesn't seem healthy either. I'm going to try to talk to my wife again tonight. Maybe I can get her to calm down and we can discuss this rationally. I will update again if there's any development. Update 2. Okay. Well, I've been talking to my wife off and on all day since I posted. I've been echoing some of your sentiments and apologizing, trying to be empathetic. But she really isn't too interested in anything I have to say, although she is actually speaking to me nonetheless, so I guess that's something. At least the silent treatment is over. I gave NG an assignment that requires her to be mostly out of the office and in the field for the next couple of days, under the supervision of someone else, so we shouldn't really have contact for now while this is getting sorted. I didn't want to have to see her while I'm trying to figure out what to do. I also spoke with one of my coworkers, a guy who's been at the company longer than me. I asked him what he thought about NG, trying to be casual about it. He gave me a funny look and said, "Dude, She's got a thing for you. Everyone can see it." That was a bit of a wake-up call. If everyone else can see it, why couldn't I? I spoke to my boss briefly as well. I didn't give him all the details, just said I was having some concerns about NG's professionalism. He seemed receptive and said we could discuss it more thoroughly tomorrow. That made me feel a little better about the possibility of dealing with this without completely destroying my career. It went about as well as could be expected when I got home. I explained that I really didn't get the whole situation, but that I do now. I showed her this post. I apologized and told her I was willing to do whatever I could to make this right. I reassured her over and over and over again that I didn't cheat on her. She's not sure she believes me about cheating or sincerely understanding what I've done wrong, but in any case, she's incredibly hurt. After much discussion and tears and begging, from me, this is what she wants from me. Space. She wants me to move out for a while, and she doesn't have a set time for when I can come back. This sucks, but I get it. She says she needs time to think, without me around trying to convince her everything is fine. Counseling, for both of us as a couple and separately. She says this incident isn't the first time that I've been unable to see things from her point of view, and have hurt her as a result. And not only that, but she feels she needs help trusting me again. I'm willing to do this if it helps. She mentioned something about my emotional intelligence needing work, whatever that means. Like many of you, she thinks, putting it mildly, that NG needs to go away, far, far away, and she wants me to tell NG why, and wants to be able to listen in somehow. I don't know how I'm supposed to do that. I feel like that crosses some sort of professional line, whether I'm willing or not. I told her I'd talk to my boss about options for letting NG go, but I wasn't comfortable having her listen in on that conversation. That didn't go over well. Finally, she said she doesn't know what's going to happen with us, even if I do all these things. She cried a lot, which isn't surprising. I feel awful and scared and really fucking stupid. I love my wife. I haven't done a good job of showing it lately. I realize that now. But I really don't want to lose her. She brought up some other instances where she felt I'd been dismissive of her feelings. Apparently, I do this a lot. I didn't realize. There was a time last year when she was upset about something her sister said, and I told her she was overreacting. She's still hurt about that. There was another time when she wanted to redecorate the living room, and I shut down her ideas without really considering them. I didn't think these were big deals at the time, but they obviously were to her. I'll be speaking to my boss tomorrow about how best to deal with this, as far as letting NG go or transferring her or something. My wife wants her fired, period. I'll see what I can do. I'm in a motel right now. I spoke to my father, and he pretty much told me I'm an idiot and to do whatever it takes to fix this. My parents are very fond of my wife. My mom actually called me to yell at me too, which was fun. One thing that's bothering me is that NG texted me late last night asking why I'd given her assignment to someone else. I didn't respond. Then she texted again asking if everything was okay and saying we should talk about whatever's going on. I still haven't responded. I don't know what to say to her. Thanks again, guys. I didn't know how bad this was. God only knows how much worse this would have gotten. I'll update again after I talk to my boss. Update 3. I had the meeting with my boss this morning. It went better than expected. I told him the whole situation, how NG had been inappropriate, how it was causing problems at home, everything. He was surprisingly understanding. He said that he'd noticed some concerning behaviors from NG himself, but hadn't wanted to jump to conclusions. Apparently, she's been quite flirtatious with some of the clients too, which isn't good for business. We agreed that the best course of action would be to let her go. Since she's still in her probationary period, we don't need to provide a detailed reason. He suggested recording the termination meeting for legal protection, which I agreed to. My wife was pleased when I told her this, and asked if she could listen to the recording afterward. I said yes, hoping this would help rebuild some trust. NG kept texting me throughout the day. Can we talk? Are you mad at me? Did I do something wrong? I didn't respond to any of these. My boss said it would be better to have the conversation in person with him present. I stayed at the motel again last night. It's a depressing place. Thin walls, an uncomfortable bed, weird stains on the carpet. I could hear the couple next door fighting most of the night. Ironic, considering my situation. I barely slept. Final update. A late reply, I know, but it was a day. So much has happened since I last updated. Itenji took her firing okay, I guess. She did heavily deny that her intention was to be inappropriate. She also expressed some upset that it was unfair since other people in the office make jokes too. My boss spoke up at that point to say that others don't make jokes like that, and that I had already warned her once about being inappropriate in that particular regard. Again, she denied that her comment about me being in good hands was anything other than an innocent mistake. Again, my boss stepped in and said that, as a new employee, she was still under probation, and therefore he could dismiss her without explanation if he wanted, and that he just did not feel she was a good fit. He threw the ball back to me, so to speak, and asked if I agreed, and I said yes. We were in agreement. The whole meeting was tense and awkward. She kept looking at me like she expected me to defend her. At one point, she asked if this was because of your wife's jealousy issues. That pissed me off. I told her it was about her unprofessional behavior, not my wife. My boss backed me up on that. She just sort of shrugged and said, well, I don't know what to say then. Goodbye, I guess. And then as she collected her things and left, she threw a pot shot at me that, in my dreams, she'd be interested in me. My wife listened to the recording. I don't think it was what she wanted. She seemed disappointed. I think she wanted me to really tell NG off good. And maybe I should have. But my boss was involved, and we were trying to get rid of NG without rocking the business. My wife was happy, though, that NG is gone. But then she got kind of weird. I was confused because I thought that's what she wanted. She ended up crying and basically said that she was still scared that I'd see NG. Especially with me staying at a motel. Who knows what I'm doing? She doesn't know what to think anymore. With me out of the house, she has to trust me. But right now, she doesn't trust me. I was honestly confused by this reaction. I'd done what she asked, by giving her space, and NG was gone. What more did she want? I asked her this, and she just cried harder. She said something about how she shouldn't have to explain why she's upset. I still don't fully get it. Did she want me to be more aggressive with NG? Did she want me to admit to something I didn't do? I'm lost, so I said there was nothing to worry about, like my saying that mattered in any way, and that if she wanted, I'd stay at the house, but in our spare room or something. That wasn't good either, because she doesn't want me there right now, so I just admitted that I really didn't know what to do then. She said she didn't even know what she wants either. I ended up taking a beat to call my parents, and asked if I could stay with them for a while. They said that was okay. My wife liked that arrangement more as well, I guess because then I'm supervised. I tried not to be insulted by that, because I know I'm in the wrong here, so I should just take it. While sitting on the couch talking, watching her cry, she asked me to just hold her. I had tried to earlier, but she pushed me away. Anyway, so I held her. Then we ended up kissing, then etc., etc. I'll let you fill it in, but I was kicked back out shortly after to pack my things from the motel and go to my parents. She said she still loves me, of course, but that she's still pissed off and hurt and unsure of things regardless of what happened tonight. And seeing how hurt she is and being so scared of not having her anymore, I'm really getting how much I've sucked lately, and not even just in this scenario. She's been really patient with me, and I've been fucking up. I reread my original post, and I'm actually embarrassed at how selfish I've been. It's been a weird few days at my parents' house. My dad keeps giving me these disappointed looks, and my mom keeps trying to give me marriage advice I didn't ask for. I feel like a teenager again, and not in a good way, but at least I'm saving money on that crappy motel. Work is awkward now, too. Everyone knows NG is gone, and I think they all suspect why. Nobody has said anything directly, but I've caught a few knowing looks. I checked NG's social media yesterday. I know, I shouldn't have, and she's already updated her LinkedIn with a new job. That was fast. At least I don't have to worry about running into her again. We've got our first counseling session scheduled for next week. I don't know if this is going to work out, but I'm trying. I hope she doesn't give up on me. My wife did say one thing that stuck with me. She said that this situation showed her that I don't prioritize her feelings over other people's convenience, and that's what hurt the most. I never thought of it that way before. I always thought I was being fair and reasonable, but maybe I was just being selfish. For those wondering about where we stand now, we're still in this weird limbo. I'm at my parents', she's at our house. We text throughout the day, mostly about practical stuff like bills or the house. We had dinner together once, which was stilted and uncomfortable. She says she needs more time. I'm trying to give her that. Any advice on what I should do next? Has anyone else been through something like this? Next story. My first post was taken down from our /advice for some reason, so I'm trying here. Mods, if this isn't allowed, just tell me and I will delete it. For background, I, 27M, have been the guardian of my younger sister, 13F, for nearly 2 years now. Our parents? Well, that's a whole other story that would take too long to get into, but essentially they're no longer in the picture. Mom was diagnosed with cancer when my sister was 10, and then Dad couldn't cope after she passed away and started drinking himself into the ground. He eventually got into a car accident that also took his life about a year after Mom. So it's just been my sister and I living together in this small, 2-bedroom apartment that I can hardly afford on my USPS salary. I'm all she has and she's all I have, which makes this entire situation even more complex. I've been going through a lot of crap lately. My job at USPS has been wearing me down with these crazy hours and routes that are always changing. My supervisor is a total nightmare who appears to take pleasure in making my life miserable. He's one of those guys who got a little bit of authority and it went straight to his head. Some days I'm delivering until after dark, and the pay isn't amazing for what they ask of us. I had to drop my online classes because there simply wasn't enough time anymore between work and looking after my sister. But I stick with it because it covers the bills and has good benefits, which is crucial when you have a teenager to look after. I'm also still paying off some of Dad's medical bills that somehow became my responsibility. Plus, there's the therapy for my sister, which insurance only partly covers. So yeah, money is tight. I've been taking extra shifts whenever I can, which means I'm almost never home. My sister has been spending a lot of time by herself or at her friend Maddie's house. Maddie's mom is kind enough to help out sometimes, letting my sister stay over for dinner or giving her a ride home when I'm working late. My apartment complex isn't in the best neighborhood either. The landlord keeps increasing the rent, but refuses to fix anything. Last month our hot water heater broke, and he took 2 weeks to replace it. We had to take showers at the gym, where I have a cheap membership. The neighbor across the hall is constantly smoking something that is definitely not tobacco, and the couple next door argues at 2 a.m. on a regular basis. But it is what I can afford at the moment, and moving would cost money we just don't have. I try to keep things as normal as I can for my sister. I make sure she has all she needs for school. I help with her homework when I'm able. And I've been putting aside a little money each month for a college fund, even if it's only $20 or $30. I want her to have the opportunities I never had. So anyway, they recently switched my route to include deliveries to the local middle school and high school. My sister goes to the middle school, which I thought might be kind of cool at first. Maybe I'd get to see her during the day sometimes. Wave hello, that sort of thing. Boy, was I fucking wrong. Today I was at the middle school, heading to the main office with a stack of mail. It was during class transition, so there were kids everywhere in the hallway. I was trying to navigate through this sea of preteens when suddenly I hear someone yelling, "Back away, pedo!" really loudly. I almost jumped out of my skin and looked around to see who was yelling and what was going on. It was my sister, standing there with her friend Maddie, pointing at me and laughing her ass off. I immediately felt my face go hot, and I told her that wasn't funny. Some of the other kids were already staring and whispering. A teacher who was monitoring the hallway, I think her name was Ms. Thompson or something, came over with a stern look on her face and asked what was happening. I was legit panicking at this point and tried to explain as calmly as possible that I worked for USPS. I was just delivering mail. And this was my younger sister making a very inappropriate joke. My sister was just standing there with this smug look on her face the whole time, as if she was enjoying watching me squirm. The teacher seemed skeptical at first, but eventually told my sister and her friend to get back to class. Before she walked away, I called out, "Hey," to my sister, and when she turned around, I said, "Give me your phone," in the most serious voice I could manage. She looked shocked and said, "What?" Like she couldn't believe I was actually punishing her. I repeated myself and told her to hand over her phone. She started to protest, but I just held out my hand and stared her down until she finally dug it out of her pocket and slammed it into my palm. She looked really pissed as she stomped off to class. I'm not normally the confrontational type. I avoid conflict whenever possible. But something about this just pushed all my buttons at once. I've been called a lot of things in my life, but pedo is definitely a first. And the fact that it came from my own sister made it 1,000 times worse. I had to continue my route after that, but I was so distracted I almost delivered mail to the wrong addresses a couple of times. I kept replaying the scene in my head and wondering if I had overreacted. But then I'd remember the word pedo and panic all over again. Do you know how serious an accusation like that is? Especially when you're a guy who works around kids. One wrong person hears that, and suddenly I'm being investigated, maybe even arrested, and definitely fired. And then what happens to my sister? The rest of my shift was a blur. I kept thinking about what I was going to say to her when I got home. I've never been good at this discipline stuff. When our parents were alive, I was the fun older brother who would sneak her ice cream before dinner and cover for her when she accidentally broke something. Now I'm supposed to be the responsible one, and it's not a role that fits me comfortably. I finished my route feeling like absolute crap. Not only was I embarrassed in front of a bunch of middle schoolers and a teacher, but I was worried about the potential consequences. When I got home that afternoon around 6, she was already there. I usually work late, so my neighbor checks in on her after school, and she was pissed. She wouldn't even look at me when I came in. I tried to make dinner and act normal. I made her favorite pasta dish as a peace offering, but she just took it to her room without saying, "Thanks." She left her door open a crack, though, which I took as a sign she wasn't completely shutting me out. I've learned to read these little signals over the past couple of years. I sat on the couch for a while, flipping channels but not really watching anything. I could hear her talking to someone on her laptop, probably Maddie or one of her other friends. I caught fragments like totally unfair and so embarrassing and figured she was venting about me. Finally, after we both cooled down a bit, I knocked on her door and asked if we could talk. She shrugged. Which is teenage girl for fine, whatever. I sat down on the edge of her bed and explained that her behavior was completely inappropriate and unacceptable. I told her she could have made me lose my job, which is literally putting food in our mouths and keeping a roof over our heads, all for a stupid joke. I asked her if she understood the seriousness of what she did. She got all defensive and started with the, "Who do you think you are, my parent?" line. That hit a nerve because I'm trying my best here. I'm not trying to replace our parents. I'm just trying to keep us together and make sure she grows up okay. I told her I think I'm the person who pays for your cell phone bill and can easily cancel that phone plan anytime they want. Maybe not my finest moment, but I was upset. She just walked away from me without saying anything. I called after her asking if she was going to eat dinner or if I should put it away. Her response was to flip me off as she went downstairs. I called out that I was keeping her phone another day for that gesture. Probably not the best way to handle it, but I was at my wit's end. I could hear her rummaging around in the kitchen, probably looking for snacks. She came back upstairs with a bag of chips and slammed her door. I stood there for a minute, not knowing what to do. I went back to the living room and tried to distract myself with a movie, but I couldn't focus. I kept thinking about how much simpler things were before our parents died. My sister and I always got along great. We'd have movie marathons when I visited home from college, and she'd text me about her school drama and I'd give her big brother advice. Now, every conversation feels like walking through a minefield. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept going over and over the incident in my head. Was I too harsh? Not harsh enough? What would our parents have done? I never thought I'd miss my dad's lectures, but at least he seemed to know what he was doing as a parent. I'm just making it up as I go along. Look, my sister's literally the most important thing in my life. She's the reason I get up and go to that shitty job every day. She's usually a really good kid. Smart, funny, kind. But lately, she's been acting like a completely different person. I don't know if it's just normal teenage stuff or what, but it's driving me crazy. When our parents died, I promised myself I'd do whatever it took to keep us together. I didn't want her going into foster care or living with our aunt who has her own issues and lives across the country. But there are days when I wonder if I'm cut out for this. I'm only 27. I was supposed to be figuring out my own life right now, not raising a teenager. I had plans, finish my degree, maybe travel a bit, date without worrying about whether they'd be a good influence on my sister. Most days were fine. We have our routines. I make breakfast before work. She gets herself ready for school. I leave money for lunch. She texts me when she gets home. I call to check on her if I'm working late. We watch silly reality shows together on the weekends and make fun of the contestants. Normal things. But then something like this happens, and I realize just how fragile our entire situation is. One bad choice could bring it all crashing down. I don't know. Maybe I overreacted by taking her phone. Maybe I should have just let it go. But that pedo comment could have seriously messed up both our lives if the wrong person heard it. So, Reddit, Ida, Update 1. Holy crap, I didn't expect this post to blow up the way it did. Thanks for all the comments and support. And to those saying I'm overreacting, I hear you too, I suppose. Sorry I couldn't reply to everyone individually. I was working a double shift yesterday. To answer a few common questions, yes, I have legal guardianship. No, I don't have any other family members who could help, at least none that are dependable. Yes, we've both been in therapy, although I had to cut back on my own sessions to pay for hers. And for the person who asked if I've tried just talking to her, of course I have. I'm not a total idiot. And for all the people saying my sister has trauma too, no crap, Sherlock. I'm fully aware that she lost both parents in less than a year. Why do you think I'm trying so hard to keep things stable for her? She has a therapist. I make sure she gets to her appointments, and I try to be there for her as much as possible. But that doesn't give her a free pass to do whatever she wants without any consequences. So, things have happened since my initial post. First, I delivered mail at her school again yesterday and was able to catch the teacher who was involved in the situation. I was extremely anxious about the whole thing and asked her if anything would come from the incident. I was basically expecting the worst, that perhaps she'd already reported it to the principal or someone. She told me she actually had a conversation with my sister after it happened, and based on what my sister said and what she witnessed firsthand, she didn't feel it was necessary to report it officially. But she did warn me that if my sister continues saying things like that, she would feel obligated to report it. I almost collapsed with relief right there in the hallway. The teacher actually seemed quite understanding once she grasped the situation. She mentioned that my sister is normally a good student, which was nice to hear. The teacher also suggested a school counselor who runs a group for kids who have lost parents. I got the contact information, and I am going to look into it. It might be good for my sister to talk with other kids who understand what she's going through. The issue is getting her there, since it meets after school on days when I'm typically working, but maybe I can arrange something with Maddie's mom. I've been thinking about this whole situation for the past couple of days and doing some soul searching, or whatever you want to call it. I decided I needed to have another conversation with her about the severity of what happened. Yesterday, I worked a particularly brutal shift, my fourth 14-hour day in a row. Yes, USPS can work us like that, especially when they're short-staffed. I was completely drained, both physically and emotionally. One of my coworkers kept making these passive-aggressive comments all day, and my supervisor chewed me out for something that wasn't even my fault. By the time I got home, I was ready to just collapse into bed. But when I walked in the door around 9:30 p.m., my sister was actually waiting up for me. She was sitting at the kitchen table doing homework, which was unusual because she normally retreats to her room. She said she wanted to talk. We sat down at the kitchen table, and she told me she was really sorry for what she said at school. She apologized for embarrassing me and said she didn't mean to put my job at risk. She also apologized for flipping me off the other day and said she loved me. I was honestly surprised by the apology. She's usually too stubborn to admit when she's wrong. Maybe some of your comments about how serious this was got through to her. She does browse Reddit, though I don't think she knows about this post. I had planned out some things I wanted to say to her, but her apology threw me off a bit. Still, I went ahead with what I had been thinking about. I told her I appreciated her apology, but I wasn't sure she fully grasped how serious her joke was. I explained that if the wrong person had heard her, it could have led to CPS getting involved and possibly separating us. She could wind up in foster care, living with strangers who might not treat her well, and I could face legal trouble and job loss. All because she wanted to laugh. She looked sort of shocked at that, like she hadn't considered it that far. I think kids sometimes don't realize how one dumb comment can have massive consequences. Then I brought up her recent attitude, the disrespect, the talking back, the eye-rolling, all of it. I reminded her that while I will always be her big brother, right now I am also her guardian and responsible for raising her to be a decent person. So I told her I was going to restrict her screen time and internet access, and that I would be replacing her smartphone with a flip phone. That's when shit hit the fan. She stared at me for a moment like she couldn't process what I had just said. Then she asked if I was kidding and why I would do something so drastic. I tried to remain firm and simply repeated that this was the decision I had made. She started pleading and apologizing more intensely, saying her joke was dumb, but not worth such a severe punishment. She actually began to cry, which made me feel like total garbage. Part of me wanted to back down and say I'd reconsider, but I stuck to my guns. To be honest, I've been worried about her phone use for a while now. She is always on it, even during meals, and I've noticed she gets really anxious if she doesn't have it with her. Plus, I don't know what she's looking at or who she's talking to half the time. After this incident, it seemed like a good chance to address that issue too. I tried explaining that it wasn't just about the pedo comment, but about her overall attitude and behavior lately. The phone seemed to be at the center of a lot of our problems. Her staying up too late scrolling through whatever app is popular now, her not doing chores because she's too busy texting, her getting annoyed when I ask her to put it away during dinner. But she wasn't hearing any of that. When she realized I wasn't budging, her attitude completely changed. She went from apologetic to attacking me from every angle. According to her, I was being controlling, malicious, self-centered, and a bunch of other crap. Then she hit below the belt and brought up my recent autism diagnosis, questioning how it affects my decision-making abilities. Yeah, I should probably explain that. A few months ago, I was diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. It was kind of a relief, actually, because it explained a lot of things I've struggled with my whole life. But I haven't really told many people about it, and I'm still figuring out what it means for me. My sister only knows because she overheard me talking on the phone. That's the one point where I lost my cool a little. I just said, ableism. Nice. And she came back with, is it ableism if you're actually being stupid? I just nodded and said, a well-thought-out rebuttal. There was more back and forth, but it ended with her screaming that I was being unreasonable and that she hates me before storming upstairs and slamming her door. I guess it could have gone worse. At least she didn't tell me she wished I was dead again. Yeah, that happened once during a previous argument. Or that she wished she didn't live with me. I hate you isn't great, but I can deal with it. After she went to her room, I sat in the kitchen for a while, just feeling drained. I wanted to call someone and vent, but honestly, there's no one. My friends from before our parents died have mostly faded away as I've had less and less time for them. I don't really talk to my coworkers about personal stuff, and I can't afford a therapist for myself right now. Sometimes it feels like I'm drowning and there's no one to throw me a life preserver. I'm supposed to be this rock for my sister, but who's my rock? I ended up just watching some mindless YouTube videos for an hour or so before going to bed. I think I heard my sister crying in her room at one point, but when I knocked on her door, she told me to go away. I left a granola bar and a juice box outside her door in case she was hungry. The next morning was awkward as hell. We moved around each other like ghosts, trying not to make eye contact. I made her favorite breakfast, French toast, but she just mumbled, "Not hungry," and took an apple to eat on the way to school. I noticed her eyes were puffy and red from crying. I texted her around lunchtime just to check in, but she didn't respond. I tried not to freak out. She was probably just ignoring me, not kidnapped or anything. But I kind of forgot that I hadn't given the phone back to her. Made me realize how tired I currently am. She got home before me that day, normal schedule, and I found her doing homework at the kitchen table when I arrived. Progress, I guess. We had a quiet dinner, just the occasional pass the salt type comments. After dinner, she asked if she could watch TV, and I said yes. We ended up sitting through some cooking competition show neither of us really cared about, but it was better than silence. Oh, and sorry for any typos or if this doesn't make sense in places. I'm exhausted and pretty much fighting to stay awake as I write this. Thanks again for all the support and advice. I'm trying my best here. Update 2. It's been about a week since my last update. Sorry for the disorganized post, but I haven't slept properly in days. This past work week has been absolutely brutal, so please cut me some slack if this update is all over the place. Some of you asked for an update, so here it is, though honestly not much has changed. Some days are better than others. First off, thanks to everyone who shared your own experiences as guardians, or as kids who were raised by siblings. It helps to know I'm not alone in this struggle. For those asking how I'm doing personally, not great, but I'm managing. I had another mini breakdown in my car during my lunch break yesterday. I just sat there crying for like 10 minutes, then pulled myself together and finished my route. It's embarrassing to admit, but sometimes it all just gets to be too much. I think I need to find some kind of outlet, or I'm going to burn out completely. Things were pretty quiet for a few days after our big argument. I actually went ahead and got her the flip phone like I said I would. A basic model that can call and text. At first, she completely refused to use it, just left it sitting on the kitchen counter where I'd put it. But eventually, she realized that it was her only means of contacting her friends, so she reluctantly took it. I caught her glaring at it like it had personally offended her, which I guess in her mind it had. The first few days were rough. She kept complaining that she couldn't do anything with this stupid brick, and how all her friends were going to think she was weird for having a flip phone. I tried explaining that lots of people are actually switching back to simpler phones these days to avoid social media addiction and constant notifications, but she just rolled her eyes at me. For about a week, she barely came out of her room when I was home. Our conversations were pretty much limited too. Can we talk? Can I have my phone back? No. Then no. Rinse and repeat. She would leave her room to eat when I wasn't around and go to school, but otherwise kept to herself. I was starting to worry that I had damaged our relationship permanently. I tried to keep our normal routines going. I'd make breakfast, leave it on the counter for her with a note, usually just "have a good day," or something simple. I'd try to be home for dinner when my schedule allowed it. One morning last week, I came downstairs to find a bowl and spoon in the sink that hadn't been there the night before. When I checked the fridge, I noticed she'd made herself a sandwich for lunch and left the ingredients out. Little things, but it felt like we were living in separate worlds. She's been hanging out at her friend Maddie's house more often, probably to get access to a real smartphone. Maddie's mom texted me to check if it was okay, and I said yes. I'm glad she has someone to talk to, even if it's not me right now. I did call Maddie's mom just to check if it was okay, and I said yes. I'm glad she has someone to talk to, even if it's not me right now. I did call Maddie's mom just to give her a heads up about the situation, so she'd understand why my sister suddenly had a flip phone and might be in a bad mood. She was really understanding and said she'd keep an eye on things without making it obvious. She was checking up on my sister. She also invited us both over for dinner this weekend, which was nice of her. I said we'd try to make it if my schedule allowed. Work has been insane lately. They've got me covering extra routes because 2 carriers are out sick, so I'm doing 12-hour days minimum. My feet are killing me, and I've got a weird rash on my leg from walking so much. My supervisor keeps saying it'll get better next week, but that's what he said last week too. On Wednesday, I had an absolutely hellish day, pouring rain the entire time. My supervisor keeps saying it'll get better next week, but that's what he said last week too. On Wednesday, I had an absolutely hellish day, pouring rain the entire time. A dog chased me for half a block, and I got yelled at by some guy because his package was late, like that's somehow my personal fault. By the time I got home, I was soaking wet, exhausted, and in a terrible mood. But when I walked in, I smelled something cooking. My sister had actually made dinner, just pasta with jar sauce, but still. She mumbled something about how she was hungry and figured I would be too. It wasn't exactly a peace offering, but it felt like a small step in the right direction. Tonight, I got done with work a bit earlier than usual. Only a 10-hour day instead of 12 plus. Yay, and decided to try again. I stopped at the store on the way home and picked up ingredients for tacos, which used to be our Friday night tradition before all this happened. When I got home, she was in her room, as usual. I knocked on her door and asked if we could talk. After a long pause, she finally said, "Okay," which felt like a small victory. We sat down in the living room, and I started by discussing what she said at school and why it was so serious. We talked about the gravity of falsely labeling someone a pedophile, even as a joke, and I asked her why she thought that was something to joke about. She didn't say much at first, just kind of shrugged and mumbled, but I think she finally understands the severity and how foolish / horrible it was to do that. At least I hope she does. Eventually, she admitted that she just thought it would be funny, because her friends laugh at those videos, and she didn't think about how it could affect me specifically. Then I told her the flip phone wouldn't be permanent. I just need to see some improvement in her behavior and attitude, and then we can talk about getting her smartphone back, though it will have parental controls on it. I also assured her that her phone was in a safe place. It's in my storage locker with a padlock, only I know the combination too, and promised I wouldn't go through it or invade her privacy. That seemed to ease her mind a bit. She asked how long she'd have to use the flip phone, and I said I didn't have a specific timeline in mind, but that we could revisit the issue in a month if things were going better. She didn't seem thrilled with that answer, but at least she didn't start yelling again. I told her I loved her, and that she was my best friend, and that I'm lucky to have the privilege of being her brother. I asked if I could give her a hug. She said, "Whatever," but let me hug her, which honestly made my day. She didn't really say much throughout our talk, other than the occasional, "Okay," but she did come down for dinner afterward and didn't completely avoid me, so I'm taking that as progress. We actually made the tacos together, which was nice. Almost like old times. She even told me about this science project she's working on at school. Something about growing plants in different types of light. It's the most she's talked to me in days. During dinner, she mentioned that her friend's older brother is coming home from college next weekend and wanted to know if she could go to his welcome home party. I told her I'd need to know more details. Who would be there? Whether parents would be supervising, that kind of thing. She didn't get defensive like she usually does when I ask questions like that. Just said she'd find out. Another small win. Money is still an issue, though. Even with cutting back her phone plan, I'm barely making ends meet. My car needs new tires, and the rent just went up $50 a month. I'm looking into some side gigs I can do on my days off, maybe food delivery or something. So that's where things stand now. No dramatic resolution, just slowly trying to rebuild some trust. Anyway, thanks for listening to me vent about all this. Being a guardian to a teenager when you're still trying to figure out your own life is hard as hell, especially when you never asked for or expected to be in this position. Some days I have no idea what I'm doing, but I'm trying. Does anyone have any suggestions for how to move forward from here? Or am I handling this all wrong? Also, I was thinking about the upcoming anniversary of our mom's death, which is next month. It's always a tough time for both of us. Last year we just pretended it wasn't happening, and that was a disaster. Should I plan something specific this time, like visiting her grave or looking at photo albums together? Or would that just make things worse? My sister hasn't mentioned it yet, but I know she's thinking about it because she's been wearing our mom's earrings lately. One last thing. My sister's 14th birthday is coming up in a few months. I want to do something special to show her I'm not just the mean guardian who took her phone away. Any ideas that won't completely break the bank? I was thinking maybe concert tickets for her and a friend, but good seats are so expensive these days. Or maybe I could try to fix up her bedroom a bit. She's been wanting to repaint it forever. Sorry this got so long. Thanks again for all your support and advice. It really does help just knowing there are people out there who care. Edit. Oh, and I should probably explain something I didn't mention before. The reason she yelled "back off pedo" is apparently because there's this video going around of some kids running around a park yelling, "Get away pedo," at random strangers and filming them frantically running away. Just some stupid internet trend she was imitating. I don't know why she thought it would be funny to do that to me of all people. When I found this out, she finally told me. I was even more pissed. I mean, what kind of messed up trend is that? Yelling serious accusations at innocent people for laughs, and filming their reactions? What happened to the Tide Pod Challenge or whatever? At least that only hurt the idiots doing it. Of course, not my sister doing it. I tried to explain to her why that's not just unfunny, but actually dangerous. What if one of those strangers in the park had a heart condition, and the shock of being publicly accused like that triggered something? What if one of them had a weapon and felt threatened? What if one of them was a registered sex offender who panicked at being recognized? There are so many ways that could go wrong. She just rolled her eyes during that part of the conversation, but whatever. I'm just happy she's talking to me again, even if it isn't a perfect resolution. And the last story for today. I never thought I'd be one of those people asking strangers to judge my family drama, but here I am. I, 43M, am very close with my family, and I always have been. I mean my siblings, their spouses, all the kids, my parents, the whole damn circus. There are 6 of us siblings in total, and between us we have 11 kids who range from 8 to 18. My parents are in their 70s, but are still quite active and involved in everyone's lives. Each year we take this big family vacation around now, staying somewhere for 2 weeks and coming back just before Christmas. We have been doing this since we were children ourselves, and now our own kids are part of the tradition. We rent a large cabin up in the mountains that's a few hours away. There is a lake nearby for swimming during the summer, and in winter there is sledding and a small ski resort about 20 minutes away. We are meant to leave in about a week. I am divorced, and I have full custody of my daughter. 15F. It has been that way for around 8 years now. Her mom isn't really in the picture, sees her perhaps twice a year at most, but that is a completely different story that I am not getting into. The divorce was complicated. There were some issues with alcohol, and in the end she just kind of checked out as a parent. She now lives in a different state with her new husband. She makes an occasional phone call, sends birthday and Christmas presents, generally late, but that is pretty much it. My daughter is great, though. She calls herself a nerd and is pretty much into all the stereotypical things, anime, video games, Star Wars, you get the picture. She has these big, thick glasses that she's always pushing up her nose when she gets excited talking about something. She used to get bullied quite badly in middle school, but high school's been better. Most of that garbage stopped once kids matured a bit. She's got a small group of friends now who are into the same things, And they have sleepovers and go to those comic convention events together sometimes. Except for this one asshole kid. I'll call him Jeff, 16M. He's my nephew's best friend, and frankly, my nephew can be a bit of a dick too sometimes. But that is teenage boys for you. This nephew is my sister Karen's son. Karen is the youngest of us siblings and has always been the most dramatic one. She was the baby of the family growing up, and I think she never truly outgrew that. Everything is always a huge deal with her. But this Jeff kid, a complete nightmare. We have had so many meetings with the school about him. We have met with his parents multiple times. We have had so many meetings with the school about him. We have met with his parents multiple times. My daughter changed classes to avoid him. Nothing works. This little jerk goes out of his way to torment her. And it's not just your standard bullying. My daughter says she can handle name-calling, which pisses me off that she even has to. But Jeff takes it much further. He pulls her hair, has torn her clothes a couple of times, and destroys her things. I recall one time she came home with pen ink all over her backpack because he had stabbed it repeatedly with a pen. Another time, all her notebooks had pages ripped out. Once he stole her backpack and dumped it in a toilet in the boys' bathroom. They actually got into a physical fight last year and they both got suspended. My daughter had never been in trouble at school before that. I remember picking her up from school after that fight, and she had a split lip and her knuckles were all bruised. Apparently, Jeff had stolen her backpack. She confronted him, he pushed her, and she just snapped and punched him in the face. I can't say I blame her. I was actually kind of proud of her for standing up for herself, though I didn't tell her that, as I don't want to encourage fighting. The school made them both do Saturday detention for about a month. So yesterday I was speaking with my sister, my nephew's mom, about trip plans, and she casually mentioned needing to buy Jeff a winter coat. I was confused at first. Then it dawned on me that she was planning to bring this kid on our family vacation. I kinda lost it, not gonna lie. I told her right then and there that we were not going if Jeff was coming. She immediately started in with the guilt trip. Family tradition this. Don't break up the family that. I cut her off and told her I would eat the cost of our portion, and it is not cheap. We divide the rental fee between the siblings, plus food and everything else, but we are not going if Jeff is there. After going back and forth for a bit, I finally just said I will only go if they uninvite Jeff. She got all quiet for a moment, and then asked why I hated this kid so much. I was like, "Are you serious? Have you not been paying attention to how he treats my daughter?" And she had the audacity to say that kids will be kids, and Emily, my daughter, needs to learn to get along with different types of people. I nearly walked out right then, but instead I just told her my decision was final. Here's where it gets complicated. We grew up with money. My parents did well and were always there for us. My dad had some business that did well. I don't really get the details, but they were comfortable enough to send all 6 of us to college. My siblings and I are all doing pretty well financially too. I work and make decent money. My ex pays child support, but it is not much. Anyway, we are comfortable. Jeff is not so lucky. His home life is garbage from what I can gather. His dad couldn't care less about him, and his mom is one of those people who thinks her kid can do no wrong. She actually had the nerve to call my daughter evil during one of our school meetings. The kid's got it rough at home, I understand that. He lives in some crappy apartment complex on the edge of town. Jeff is on some kind of financial aid at school, and my sister mentioned that she helps his family out sometimes with food and clothes and things. My sister kept making excuses for him. He didn't grow up with advantages like we did, and the one that really made me want to throw up, maybe he just has a crush on her. When I brought up the fight they had, she actually said, "I know, but Jeff needs this." I was like, "Needs what? To keep tormenting my kid?" And she got all huffy saying I was being insensitive. Apparently she thinks he needs a break from his toxic home life. And yeah, that sucks for him. But why does that mean my daughter has to spend 2 weeks stuck in a house with the kid who has made her life hell? I told my sister my mind was made up and I went home. Now my family is in total chaos. My parents are calling and texting constantly, begging me to reconsider. Half my siblings think I'm right, half think I should just suck it up. My sister Karen is telling everyone I'm being cruel to a disadvantaged kid. My daughter had a full-on panic attack when I told her Jeff might be coming. She started hyperventilating, and I had to sit with her for about an hour while she calmed down. She flat out told me she is not going if he's going, and I don't blame her. It's not like we never tried to help the kid. We have had so many conversations with the school. I have met with both his parents separately. His dad just sat there looking bored the entire time, like he couldn't wait to leave. His mom kept interrupting to say how my daughter was likely exaggerating or flat out lying. Hell, I even tried talking to Jeff directly once after the backpack incident. I saw him at a school event and pulled him aside, tried to have a man-to-man talk about respecting others and how his actions were hurting my daughter. He just stared at the floor the entire time and mumbled, "Whatever," when I was done. Nothing has worked, and now my daughter is supposed to spend her winter break with her tormentor because my sister wants to play savior to this troubled kid. I feel like I'm going crazy here. My sister keeps sending these long texts about how I'm being selfish, and that if I really cared about family, I would do this one thing. But my daughter is my family, and my first priority. I don't think I am being unreasonable here, but the amount of crap I am getting from everyone is making me question myself. My brother thinks I should just go and keep my daughter away from Jeff during the trip, but the cabin isn't that large. There is no way to avoid each other completely for 2 weeks. It has 6 bedrooms, a main living area, a kitchen, and a game room in the basement. That's it. My oldest sister suggested I have my daughter stay with her family's side of the cabin, but that is not a real solution. Why should my kid have to hide from this bully during what is supposed to be a fun family vacation? Last night I got a call from my dad asking me to reconsider. He suggested perhaps Jeff has changed. Maybe he's matured. I asked him what proof he had of that, and he admitted he was just being hopeful. He did say he understood my position, though, which was nice to hear. At least one person in the family gets it. Maybe I am being an asshole. Perhaps there's some compromise I'm not seeing. I don't know. That is why I'm asking strangers on the internet, I suppose. Am I the asshole for refusing to go unless they uninvite this kid? Edit. Holy crap. I did not expect this to blow up like this. I am trying to read all the comments, but there are a lot, and this entire situation is still quite overwhelming. I wanted to clarify a few things since many people are calling me incompetent or a bad dad, which hurts, I'm not going to lie. You are only seeing a small portion of a complicated situation. Regarding the clothes ripping, there were only 2 incidents where he tore clothes she was wearing. Once in PE when she was running and he grabbed her shirt collar from behind and it tore. Another time he grabbed her sleeve in the hallway, tripped, and it ripped. The school wrote both off as horseplay gone wrong and made his parents replace the uniforms. I should have been more clear about that. There were other times he attempted to snatch her jacket from her hands, and they fought over it until it ripped. And one time, which I see as sexual assault, he cut a piece off her skirt without her knowing. The other property destruction was him breaking her pens, stealing her lunches, writing on her jackets and shoes with a Sharpie, wiping his nose on her things, and the backpack toilet incident. The hair pulling is not as violent as some comments are making it sound. He yanks her hair when walking past in the hall or pulls it to get her attention in class. It's still completely unacceptable, but my daughter described it more as annoying than painful. I am not downplaying anything she tells me, but I felt like I should clarify since some comments made it sound much more violent than what is happening. As for my nephew, he seems uncomfortable with how Jeff treats my daughter, but doesn't really do anything about it. I give him crap for it when I can, but he is a teenager, and standing up to friends is hard. As his uncle, I can only push so much. His parents need to be the ones setting boundaries there. My nephew is generally a good kid. He just makes dumb choices sometimes, like all teenagers do. He has gotten better about calling Jeff out when he is being an ass, but they have been friends since elementary school, so it is complicated for him. I have actually been in contact with a lawyer about some of this stuff, so I am trying not to share too much detail that might affect anything legal. I just want to protect my kid. The lawyer basically said we could potentially get a restraining order, but it is complicated because they go to the same school. We have been documenting everything, though. Someone asked about involving the school more aggressively, and trust me, we have tried. They give Jeff detention sometimes, but nothing really changes. The principal basically told me that since Jeff has home issues, they are trying to be supportive rather than punitive, whatever that means. I have gone up the chain to the superintendent, but got nowhere. They keep saying they are handling it appropriately, but will not give details because of student privacy laws. I didn't mention this before, but my sister has been weirdly involved with Jeff's family for about a year now. She volunteers at this community center program that helps low-income families, and that is how she met Jeff's mom. She has been helping them with rides, getting them groceries sometimes, that sort of thing. I think she sees herself as some kind of savior for this family. I get wanting to help people, but it feels like she is crossing boundaries here. Also, someone asked why Jeff would even want to come on a trip where my daughter would be. According to my sister, he does not know my daughter will be there. He just knows it's a family trip to a cabin, and he's excited about it because he has never been on a real vacation before. That makes me feel kind of bad for him, but still not enough to subject my daughter to 2 weeks with him. I will try to answer other questions, but this got much bigger than I expected. Thanks to everyone offering advice and support. Update. Hi everyone. I figured I would update since so many people commented. So the night before last, my family had a big meeting at my sister's house to talk it all through. I went in with an attitude, not gonna lie. I knew I wasn't changing my mind, but my daughter really wants to go on this trip, so I went. My sister lives in a fancy subdivision with those houses that all look completely identical. I got lost trying to find her house, even though I've been there about a dozen times. When I finally found it, everyone else's cars were already there, so I was the last one to get there. A great start. The weather was also crappy, raining and cold. I sat in my car for a few minutes, dreading the entire thing. My daughter was waiting in the car with me and asked if I was okay. I told her I was fine, just mentally preparing myself for the drama. She said, "We can just go home if you want," but I knew we needed to get this resolved one way or another. My sister's house is always overly warm, and she had these scented candles burning that gave me a headache within about 5 minutes of being there. Everyone was already assembled in her living room with these tense expressions on their faces like someone had died or something. It began with my sister and mom crying and pleading with me to just go. That was shut down pretty quickly by just about everyone else there. My mom kept repeating, "I just want everyone together for Christmas," over and over again like a broken record. My sister kept going on about how bad she feels for Jeff because of his crappy home life. She mentioned that Jeff and Emily have been polite to each other when families are around, so she thought they were getting past their issues. Yeah, because my daughter is terrified of making a scene. My sister went into this whole sob story about how Jeff's dad lost his job last year, and his mom works 2 jobs now, and they might lose their apartment. I feel bad for them truly, but that doesn't change how he treats my daughter. She also mentioned that Jeff doesn't really have anywhere else to go during the break, since his mom will be working and his dad is, in her words, unreliable. I guess his dad was supposed to have him for Christmas, but backed out or something. I also learned the financial waiver Jeff is on at school covers his tuition, not just uniforms like I previously thought. So I was wrong about that part. Apparently, my sister has been helping his family more than I knew. She has been driving him to school most days since his mom's car broke down, and she's been buying him clothes and stuff pretty regularly. It's no wonder she feels invested in him. At one point, my sister got so emotional, talking about Jeff's home life, that she had to take a break and go to the kitchen. My brother followed her to talk privately, and I could hear them arguing but couldn't make out what they were saying. When they came back, my brother seemed irritated, and my sister's eyes were all red from crying. Anyway, my sister was trying to convince the whole family to let Jeff come. And look, I do feel bad for the kid's situation. I'm not a monster. But my empathy for Jeff does not outweigh my responsibility to protect my daughter. Thanks to one person's comment, I straight up said my daughter does not feel safe around Jeff, which made my brother-in-law say, "Well, that settles it." That was pretty much the only thing my brother-in-law said the entire night. He mostly just stood in the corner drinking beer and looking uncomfortable. My other sister, Lisa, suggested maybe Jeff could come for just one of the 2 weeks, and Emily could come for the other. I shot that down right away. Why should my kid miss half the vacation? Plus, I cannot take 3 weeks off work, one for the first half of the trip, one to come home while Jeff is there, then another to go back for the second half. That is ridiculous. It turns out my sister was the only adult who actually wanted Jeff to come. My mother and one sister-in-law wanted us to compromise and just ignore Jeff during the trip. Everyone else was firm that Jeff should not be there. No one even knew he was invited until I sent the group text saying we weren't going because of him. Not even my sister's husband knew. My dad, who's actually a therapist, has been super supportive through all of this. He is one of those old school guys who doesn't usually show much emotion, but he has been calling me every day to check in. During the family meeting, he brought up some concerning points about potential sexual assault. Apparently, my nephew told him that Jeff does have a thing for Emily, but has a really unhealthy way of showing it. Dad was worried that being in a house together for 2 weeks could lead to Jeff trying something. That caused another entire argument. My sister got defensive, saying my dad was making unfair assumptions about Jeff. My dad stayed very calm and talked about patterns of behavior and escalation and a bunch of other things I don't really recall. But it seemed to get through to my sister a little. My youngest brother, who had been quiet most of the night, finally spoke up and asked my sister why she was so invested in this kid. She got all defensive and said she was just trying to help a family in need. He pointed out that there are plenty of families in need that don't involve a kid who torments his niece. That actually seemed to get through to her more than anything else that was said. We all took a break after that and had some food. My sister had ordered pizza, but it was cold by the time we actually ate. Emily was in the basement with the other kids watching a movie. I checked on her a couple of times and she seemed okay, but I could tell she was anxious about how all of this would turn out. In the end, they decided Jeff was not going. I told my sister she was doing a great thing trying to help this troubled kid, but her niece needed to come first in this situation. Someone in the comments pointed out Jeff might retaliate against Emily for being uninvited, so we came up with a plan. My nephew had to tell Jeff at school that he didn't want Jeff and Emily fighting the entire trip, so Jeff couldn't come. I thought it was a stupid plan, but as long as Emily wasn't blamed, I didn't care. We left that night with everyone hugging. My sister apologized, though I am still pretty annoyed with her for trying to be this kid's savior at my daughter's expense. We will have that conversation eventually. My mom also apologized to Emily, saying she didn't mean to seem like she was okay with subjecting her to Jeff. She just wanted us all together. I'm still frustrated with her too, but whatever. We went to get ice cream after the meeting, even though it was about 30 degrees outside. Emily got her usual mint chocolate chip and talked the whole way home about how excited she was for the trip. It was the happiest I had seen her in a while. I told Emily not to get too excited because I still half expected my sister to try sneaking Jeff along. Meanwhile, I spoke with my lawyer friend, who advised me not to go if Jeff was going and to avoid talking to him or his parents directly. No problem there. I was not planning on it anyway. I also had a long talk with my brother-in-law, who said he was really disappointed in my sister over all of this. It's not my business really, but it's good to know he is still in Emily's corner. He mentioned that my sister has gotten really involved with Jeff's family over the past year, even helping his mom find a better job. I get wanting to help, but it feels like she's crossing boundaries. Wednesday was pretty quiet. My sister texted to ask if Emily still had that allergy to strawberries. She doesn't. That was years ago. And I took that as a good sign that she was planning for us to be there. I spent most of the day at work dealing with end-of-year stuff. It is always hectic this time of year. I've got to give my nephew some credit. He took it well, even though he was disappointed. He knows what Jeff does is wrong, but teenagers do not want to lose friends, I guess. He texted Emily to apologize for the whole situation, which was nice of him. They are not super close, but they get along okay usually. They are only a year apart, but have totally different interests. He is into sports, and she is into all her nerdy stuff, but they can usually find some common ground with video games or movies. Then last night, Emily shows me a text from my nephew that just said, "So, Jeff backed out LMAO," with no explanation. I called my sister to figure out what happened, and she seemed confused too. Get this. Jeff did not even know Emily was going on the trip. When my nephew started to tell him he couldn't come, he just said Emily is going to be there, and Jeff immediately said he couldn't go. My nephew said Jeff got weird about it and seemed disappointed, but backed out immediately. My sister was kind of bummed because she had already bought Jeff a new winter coat and some other stuff for the trip. I offered to reimburse her, but she said she would just give it to him anyway since he needs it. She did mention that she called Jeff's mom to ask why he suddenly didn't want to go, and his mom said something about him feeling uncomfortable around Emily because of their history, whatever that means. Maybe he finally realizes he has been an asshole. Doubtful, but I can hope. So that was odd, but a relief, I suppose. That is really it. Thanks again for all the advice. I will probably update again after the trip if anything interesting happens, but I'm hoping for boring and peaceful. Happy holidays or whatever. Second update. A quick update because a few people messaged me asking how the trip went. It was mostly fine, the cabin was nice, the weather was decent, and the kids had fun. My sister and I are still a bit weird around each other, but we are working on it. Emily had a great time, especially hanging out with her cousins and building this massive snow fort that the younger kids loved. The drive up was long. It took almost 6 hours because there was an accident on the highway that had traffic backed up for miles. Emily slept most of the way, and I listened to podcasts. When we got there, most of the family had already arrived and settled in. My sister gave Emily a hug and acted like nothing had happened, which was fine by me. It was better than rehashing the whole thing. The cabin was the same as always, a little run down but cozy. Emily got to share a room with her 2 girl cousins, which she was excited about. They stayed up late giggling and talking the first few nights. I bunked with my brother in one of the smaller rooms. He snores like a chainsaw, but I came prepared with earplugs. We did all the usual things, sledding, board games, movie nights. My dad made his famous chili one night. My mom baked cookies with the kids. One strange thing, though, Jeff's mom kept texting my sister during the trip asking for updates and sending pictures of what Jeff was doing at home. It was weird. My sister seemed annoyed by it, but kept responding anyway. At one point she mentioned that Jeff's mom wanted to know if he could come for the second week, and my sister shut that down right away, so I guess that is progress. There was one night where my sister had a bit too much wine and started crying about how she just wanted to help Jeff and his family. My other sister took her outside to talk, and they were out there for about an hour. When they came back, my sister seemed better, and she did not bring up Jeff again for the rest of the trip. My nephew was fine the whole time, though he did mention that things would be awkward with Jeff at school now. I told him that sometimes doing the right thing is not easy, and he seemed to get it. We got home yesterday, and Emily is already asking about next year's trip, so overall I would say it worked out. Edit. Sorry for another update, but I just had to share this. The school called me yesterday, and apparently Jeff got caught vandalizing Emily's locker. He wrote some nasty stuff on it with a permanent marker. When confronted, he admitted he was mad about the trip situation. So much for that progress I mentioned. The school is suspending him for a week, and I am meeting with the principal after the holidays to discuss more permanent solutions. Emily is upset, but is handling it better than I expected. My sister actually called to apologize again, and she is finally admitting that Jeff's behavior is a serious problem. I guess sometimes things have to get worse before they can get better. Anyway, I just wanted to close this out.